Hello guys and welcome back to Spoken Essays. I am Harshal Vora and you are watching the JavaScript and algorithms and data structures tutorial, and let us begin without wasting more time. I can see you guys were already waiting for me, so here I am and let us begin. So we were working on some filter or something. Let us go back to that. Let me share my screen. Okay, so you guys can see that, but unfortunately you guys can't see the mouse, so that means the display it needs to be reset. Does that reset it? Okay, now you guys can't see anything, can you? Yep, the mouse is here. Nice work. Back here. Hello. Okay, very good. So we have, whoa, okay, I think we finished this. Yeah, this tab is probably what I use for reference. Yes, I can see the callback function accepts arguments. Yeah, we were going to do something with this, right? Let me read this again and break it down for myself so I understand what's going on. So let's read you. Implement the filter method on a prototype. You might learn a lot about the filter method if you implement your own version of it. So we'll learn more about filters if we can create one by ourselves, a version of it by ourselves. It is recommended you use a for loop or array.prototype for each. So instead of, if we don't want to use the for loop, we can use the for each function, which is also a prototype of array among many others. For example, match, I think. Yeah, anyway, so what does this say? Write your own array.prototype.myFilter, which should behave exactly like array.prototype.filter. Exactly. So if there shouldn't be any difference if we create some filter by ourselves or the filter is by default. You should not use the built-in filter method. Yeah, the array instance can be accessed in the myFilter method using this. So yeah, we are using that. So array instance, this tells us that array instance will and can be accessed. So wherever we are seeing this, it's for the array instance. Pretty cool, pretty clear, very nice. Now I'm starting to remember where we were. So we have my function called myFilter. Well, we don't have it, but this is an anonymous function, but this myFilter, when called, it takes the function, it takes callback as an argument. Callback as in it calls a function, which is this for this example. Yeah. So the function is the callback function is the item, whatever item we put. So this item, this would be the first item. You check the first item and give us the remainder. The remainder is 1 for 23. We didn't do anything for the rest because it doesn't print that. Because of this, if I remove the if statement, and I make a few arrangements, then it will show me all the values for this. Let's go back to that then. So this is what we built. Now this is an exact replica of the map function, but we are not supposed to make a replica of the map function. We're supposed to make something that behaves exactly like the filter function. Now filter uses conditions, and if the conditions are true, you do this. If the conditions are false, you do this. I don't know what the condition is. I have to take a condition. Now this doesn't return true or false. Unfortunately, it returns 1 or 0. Exactly. And my issue is that it pushes the wrong thing. We want to push only the value, not the value that has been called. So if I remove callback, what happens? It pushes variable. So I think we're supposed to use the callback in the what is that? Interesting. So now it prints this I. Okay. When we do this, it uses the callback function, right? Right now it pushes the first value, then the second value, then the third value, then the fourth value, and the fifth value. And this, I see. Where's the index value? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We have 5 values here. It somehow doesn't print this value 0, 0, 1, 2, 3. Interesting. Okay, this is a start. If I remove the both of these, so we have an array. Very good. But okay, now I write if a statement turns out to be true, then you print this basically. Otherwise you do not. What is that statement? I think that callback will be our answer. If callback equals 0. Callback what? If I write this and I 98, I see 98. So we want the opposite then, don't we? So then do I write 1? Yes, I write 1. Push this. I don't think we need 2 brackets for this thing. Here we go. Okay, 26, 5, 23, 65, and 5 and 3. 23, 65, 5 and 30. Very good. This does that. How about you, Naomi? Will that work? I could do something else too. I can make u 0. No, leave it. Yeah, we're already playing with it too much. Let's paint you, and I will come log you in the console. Right, console dot log. Okay, and it returns Naomi. It should return Naomi, and it returns Naomi. Very good. So that is also taken care of. Now we go to you. This should return 1, 2, and 5. Okay. What am I going to do? I'm going from here to the end. Very good. Let me resize this. In here, let me paste you. It says cannot be undefined index of. So some. Okay. Or if I simply remove you. Reading index of. Is there something wrong with this function then? What is wrong? Okay, I have to break you down again. We have a filter that calls this. Interesting. These as arguments, element index array. Where array dot index of element is strictly equal to index. Then we make view this undefined. What does that mean? Let's try to break this down. So we have an array. An array is passed with this. So yeah, this is I. Very good. We write callback I equivalent of 1. But this is something else. This is different for each statement. Very good. this won't take that, will it? We can't write 1. Wait a second. Can I simply write true here instead? This won't print, will it? If I write true, that works. That also works. I need not have written 1. Well, 1 and 0 are booleans if you think about it. I see. Now fall back in this function. It takes 4 arguments, unfortunately. Well, 3 arguments: an element, index, and array. The array is to be means this array. We have to find out the index of the first item, for example, and it equals to the index, strictly equals to the index. But if I make this strictly equal, it's empty. Unfortunately, we can't do that, can we? It must be array. Now if I uncomment you, what happens? You cannot read properties of undefined. So the code I wrote was for code data like this. I need it for every kind of data. So we write 1, 1, 2, 5. Our filter, we give it 4 arguments. Callback has 4 arguments: element, index, and array. Very good. The array will find out the index of the element inside this array, or any supposed array, and we simply check it with the index that has been added. I have no clue. I still have no clue. What does it mean? Cannot read properties of undefined reading index of. Is the function available? Yeah, this is the ES6 way of writing things. I'm supposed to write this inside. No. Index of is a valid function. What if I write now new array dot index of 1, because new array is inside it. I'm going to assume that taking array as this. How would we know what an array was? Array dot index of element. What is an element? I have no clue, but I am not too keen on looking at a hint. At the end of this, they will revisit you. Until then, let's go back. If it asks us to implement something else, then we'll have to revisit the map prototype too, and we will go ahead with that. Now it says return part of an array using the slice method. We are quite familiar with the slice method. So it might be this might turn out to be a piece of cake, or it might not. Let's see. So the slice method returns a copy of certain elements of an array. Yes, it does. It returns a copy, and you can put 3 arguments: the beginning, the end, and I forgot what the third was. The slice method returns a copy of certain elements of an array. It can take 2 arguments. Oh, it can only take 2 arguments. Wait. First, give the index of where to begin the slice. The second is the index for where to end the slice, and it's non-inclusive. Yes, it doesn't include the index of where to end the slice. If the arguments are not provided, the default is to start at the beginning of the array through the end, which is an easy way to make a copy of the entire array. Yes. The slice method does not mutate the original array but returns a new one. Yep. You simply write 1 and 3, so it will only take these 2, dog and tiger, and return them in an array. Very good. Now use the slice method in the slice array function to return part of the ANIM animal array given the provided begin slice and end slice indices. The function should return an array. Okay, that's quite easy. That's very easy actually. So we write ANIM. Let's read this a little bit. What does this say? So we have a function called slice array. It begins here and ends here, and we are supposed to edit in the middle. What is this? It is an array, and array has been stored in this variable called input anim, and input anim, the array has been put here. Very good. We have to slice whatever the value of the begin slice and end is. Very good. We write anim dot slice, and in the bracket we need 2 arguments. So we write begin slice and slice. That's it. Done. The function should return an array. If we call this, if we store this, if we cover this in a console.log, it will say, wow, that's new. Very good. Okay. Because it's not returning anything, right? Return this. Right? Returns dog and tiger. What does this say? Use the slice method in the slice and will return part of the anim array given the provided. Okay, the function should return an array. Okay. Your code should use the slice method. Done. The input anim variable should not change. It won't be changed. Slice array cat, dog, tiger, zebra, and cat, dog, tiger, zebra, and should return dog and tiger. It does. Slice array cat, dog, tiger, zebra, and 0, 1 should return cat. So let's make it 0 and 1. 0, comma, space 1, and it will return cat. It does. Very good. Now the same thing, cat, dog, tiger, zebra, and, but now we write 1 and 4. I can simply remove this, comma, space 4. It will return dog, tiger, zebra. Done. 30% complete. Oh, we have one viewer. Thank you for joining. Hello. Be cool. That was a breath. Yeah. Pretty cool. Okay. Remove elements from an array using slice instead of splice. We literally are going to use okay, so this okay. A common pattern while working with arrays is when you want to remove items and keep the rest of the array. Yeah. JavaScript offers a splice method for this. It takes arguments for the index of where to start removing items, then the number of items to remove. If the second argument is not provided, the default is to remove items to the end. However, the splice method mutates the original array. It is called done. Yes, we've experienced that. We've experienced that hardship many times. Yeah. We'll go through this. Do not worry, my friends. Do not fret. Okay. So we have constant, we have an example. So we have a variable called cities, which has Chicago, Delhi, Islamabad, London, and Berlin. When we splice it, this array itself will be mutated. So we write cities.splice 3 1. So this is the index 3. So we go to 0 1 2 and 3 London, and this mentions the quantity, how many after the index. So the index, this is the beginning and this is the how many, but this has a problem. This also mutates this. Now here splice returns the string London and deletes it from the cities array. Yeah, it does that. Cities will have the value Chicago, Delhi, Islamabad, Berlin. Very good. As we saw in the last challenge, the splice method does not mutate the original array but returns a new one which can be saved into a variable. Recall that the slice method takes 2 arguments for the indices to begin and end the slice. The end is non-inclusive and returns those items in a new array. Yeah, using the slice method instead of splice helps to avoid any array mutating side effects. Yeah. Unfortunately, slice takes 2 arguments. How we will solve it is beyond me. Let's find out. Beyond me now. We have to read the code. Rewrite the function non-mutating splice by using slice instead of splice. It should limit the provided cities array to a length of 3 and return a new array with only the first 3 items. Very good. First 3 items. Pretty simple, pretty cool actually. I understand what they're trying to say. I'll press enter here, so we know what the array is, what the array looks like. Okay, and I'll also resize this, then we can put it in one array. Yeah, we'll leave that. Very good. Press enter so that you guys can see the difference. I'll also, before doing anything to where we're actually supposed to change, I'll also wrap this inside a console.log so we can see the output. Very good. Okay, now this says return cities.splice. Now let's change this first. Now that's it. Interesting. Wait a minute, let's check the tests. Your code should use the slice method. It does. Your code should not use the splice method. It does not. The input cities array should not change. It will not. Now, so if we write Chicago, Delhi, Islamabad, London, Berlin should return Chicago, Delhi, Islamabad. So we can simply write 0 to 3, done. 42% complete. Flawless victory indeed. I'm getting there, but I will be as patient as I can be with you guys. So it doesn't waste any of your time or my time, and you guys will also understand, and I try to stay composed and not scream at the computer screen, so to speak. Okay, let me also close this tab for now. We will come back to it. We have to figure that thing out. Instead of looking at the hint, I think we should not look at the hints anymore. We've already looked at many hints with objects thing, but yeah, not with you, sorry. Now we will try to figure out, even if it takes us days, months, time, we will do it. Very good. Okay, so what does this say? Combine 2 arrays using the concat method. 2 arrays using the concat method. Concatenation means to join items end to end. JavaScript offers a concat method for both strings and arrays that work in the same way. Very good. So it's not exclusive to strings or arrays. It's possible inclusive for both. For arrays, the method is to call on one, then another array is provided as the argument to concat, which is added to the end of the first array. Very cool, very clear. Actually, yeah. It returns. So this is different than push. Yeah, it is different than push. We can concat things. You can use concat pretty easily. The plus operator is also behaves as concatenate in some senses. Very cool. Okay, it returns a new array and does not mutate either of the original arrays. Here's an example. So if we concat 4, 5, 6 to this, it will become 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Very good. Now what is the challenge? Use the concat method. Let me just resize this. Yeah, okay. Very good. Can you guys see that? Yeah, that is so much better. But what I'll do is I'll resize this a little bit. Okay, now you guys can also look at the code and me. Use the concat method in the non-mutating concat function to concatenate attach to the end of the original. Let me read that again. Use the concat method. This. Let me copy that. In the non-mutating concat function to concatenate attach. Okay, attach means second, which means this. Second to the end of the result, the function should return the concatenated array. I see. Okay. So let A be an empty array. Original. Oh, acha. Oh, we already have an original. Very good. Leave that then. Okay. We simply write original dot concat, and then inside this we write attach. Done. That's it. Now we have to return it, right? Return original dot concat attach. Done. If we print this, this should in fact work. We write console. If we print it to the console, it will work. It will say 1 2 3 4 5. Good. We are good to go. This is very good speed. These concepts are easy to understand. Yeah, very easy to understand, despite the hardship or despite what we think we can understand or we cannot understand. So it says add elements to the end of an array using concat instead of push. So instead of pushing, now we're going to use concat. Very good. Okay. Function programming is all about creating and using non-mutating functions. Acha. Okay. Yeah, well, concat does push mutated, doesn't it? The last challenge is to use the concat method merge arrays into a new array without mutating the original arrays. Also, this itself, when we use concat, it doesn't, play with the original. It returns a new one, where it takes the original and concatenates the original and the first into a new array. Very good. We'll probably be able to understand more in the future why these things, why there is a distinction. But for now, this is good. Okay. Last challenge, introduce the concat method where you merge arrays into a new array without mutating the original arrays. Compare concat to the push method. Push adds item to the end of the same array it is called on, which mutates that array. Here's an example. If you push 1 2 3 2 4 5 6, then then ARR becomes 1 2 3 4 5 6. Instead, what we want to do is we want to keep that intact. We want to keep it intact, and that feels weird. Okay. I need the earphones on. Okay. So it keeps that intact and in turn returns another array. See, offers a way to merge new items into another array without any mutating side effects. Nice. Change the non-mutating push function, non-mutating for push function, so it uses concat to merge new item to the end of the original. Do I have a call? No. Okay. Must be for someone else then. So change so it uses concat to merge new item to the end of the original without mutating original. I mean, I don't need to read this because I understand. I understood from the title itself. This thing, I don't think. Oh, you guys can't see it, can you? Yeah, I think it's time to move this back to its original position. Is that where? Yeah, that's better. Very good. Yeah. I've got to do something about the console. You guys may or may not be able to see it. Okay. But yeah, what does this say? So let's see. Change the non-mutating push function. Change the non-mutating push function so it uses concat to merge new item to the end of the original. New item to the end of the without. Yeah, this is pretty clear actually. So we're only going to change push to concat, and that should get us what we wanted. Pretty cool, pretty nice, pretty clear. 50% complete. I think at this pace we will have finished 100% of this in under 2 hours. Okay. Now we're going to learn about the reduce method. I think reduce, by the looks of it, by the name, I understand this will mutate something maybe. So array.prototype.reduce or simply reduce is the most general. Okay, I know where this is going. It will probably ask us to create a copy of reduce. Use arrow. Oh, it won't. Very good. Actually, we like that, because I think we're going to cover that in a special section. Probably, is it Friday today? Yeah, we'll cover that special section tomorrow, where we try to figure out how to replicate a function itself, as in concat or this or that, or yeah, probably uses the addition operator. Okay, but leave that for now. So array.prototype.reduce or simply reduce is the most general of all array operations in JavaScript. You can solve almost any array processing problem using the reduce method. Okay, I see. Almost any array processing problem. Interesting. The reduce method allows for more general forms of array processing, and it's possible to show that both filter and map can be derived as special applications of reduce. The reduce method iterates over each item in an array and returns a single value. So bye for loop. And returns a single value string, number, object, or array. Well, i.e., for example, it could be a string, it could be a number, an object, or an array itself. An array that has been nested 2 or 3 levels deep, maybe. This is achieved via a callback function that is called on each iteration. So basically, we are going to use functions again. Welcome back, headache. The callback function accepts 4 arguments. The first argument is known as the accumulator, which gets assigned the record value, the return value of the callback function from the previous iteration. The second is the current element being processed. The third is the index of that element, and the fourth is the array upon which reduce is called. I have to read that again. So it takes 4 arguments, right? Yeah, it accepts 4 arguments. The first argument is known as the accumulator. Accumulate, add, pile up. Yeah. So this accumulator is the first argument, which gets assigned the return value of the callback function from the previous iteration. I have no clue what that means. Maybe if I read the example, that will help me. The second is the current element being processed. That kind of makes sense. The second argument makes sense. Not kind of, it completely makes sense. The third is the index of that element, and the fourth is the array upon which reduce is called. So this reduce function itself uses the for loop. So we don't need to write the for loop, reduce does it for us. So this, if you think of array.prototype.reduce, this thing's method, one of the methods, or probably all the methods, include taking 4 arguments and then running a for loop. Okay. Iterates over each item and then returns a single value, string, number. Yeah, we read that. The third is the index of that element, and the fourth is the array upon which reduce is called. So we can mention all of those, or I think the first one is probably the only one that can be accepted. Let's review. In addition to the callback function, reduce has an additional parameter which takes an initial value for the accumulator. I see. If the second parameter is not used, then the first iteration is skipped and the second iteration gets passed the first element of the array as the accumulator. I have no clue again. See below for an example using reduce on the user's array to return the sum of all users' ages. For simplicity, the example only uses the first and second arguments for us to understand. Oh, we have Hriday with us. Hello Hriday, how are you? Kyo chale che? Have you learned, in which year of your college did you learn JavaScript? Please let me know in the comment. And whoever else is watching, please let me know in the comments आपने कौन से साल में JavaScript learn किया था, finish किया था. And if you guys understand any of this, you are happy to explain or happy to ask questions. Okay, moving on. What does this say? So we have an object called users, and it has two property. Each user has 2 property, a name and an age. Okay, very good. Now we're going to use reduce. Okay, so what does this say? We have another variable. It is a constant variable it has a keyword const, it's called sum of ages. This is going to store the sum of ages with this function. I can see you. Okay, so what does this function say? So users, go to the objects users, reduce, and then there is a callback function inside this, from here till here. Oh, great to know, Hriday. You have a comment. JavaScript is not a part of my curriculum since my branch is CSE IoT. Also, you specialize in Internet of Things. So, ache yaar. So, what do you design? Chips, assembly language सीखे छे. So सीखे छे. Just a little bit of chit chat. Yeah, but assembly is different. I'm just kidding. I have no clue what that is. Do you program chips for a living? શું કરે છે? Anyway, let's try to break this down again. So this is a callback function. It takes in 2 arguments. Acha. But for simplicity example, only is first and the second arguments. Where is the second argument, please? Is this the... Wait a minute. Yeah, this must be the first argument and this is the second argument. Very good. Second argument, I understand this is the index value. And this is that accumulator, I believe. So what does this accumulator do? It takes in a callback function, which this is an anonymous function. You can see it doesn't have any name. It only takes 2 arguments, and those 2 arguments are then added. So sum plus user.age. You can see user is not the same as users. It takes user.age. So it basically takes this and it adds to the sum. Okay. I still don't understand a lot of this, but let's try to understand this, figure this out. So, okay, we have 2 arguments. One is a sum and one is a user. I understand sum plus user.age. So, but I don't see sum being defined anywhere. Sum की value 0 उसने assume कर दी कि पता नहीं, I have no clue. थोड़ा उसको थोड़ा play करके देखते हैं. Oh, he does. Oh, he learns. Hriday learns some kind of assembly language called Arduino. Arduino क्या होता है? I'm going to take a detour here, guys. Arduino is a open source electronic prototyping platform enabling users to create interactive electronic objects. Very good. So ache robotics, microprocessors and microcontroller. Very good, dude. Very nice. Happy to hear that. Wow. What have you designed so far? Oh, we have Adafruit, Android. When are you creating your own Arduino? What is this? Actually, it's a company, a project and user community. Very nice. So what do you specialize in? Drones, or I mean microprocessors, but for which? Any microprocessors, laptops, anything? Raspberry Pi, what? Okay, so what does this say? I have to understand this. Users got reduced. Look, but okay, maybe let's read this again. Maybe accumulator का मतलब यहाँ पढ़ेंगे तो भी ज़्यादा समझ आएगा, because we have an example in mind. The first argument is known as the accumulator, which gets assigned the return value of the callback function from the previous iteration. Previous iteration. So reduce, first iterates, and then previous iteration की value will लेगा. So I think sum is the previous iteration then. But what is the user? Is it John? I have no clue. Read this again. The first argument is known as accumulator, which gets assigned the return value of the callback function from the previous iteration. The second is the current element being processed. This is the part of the second argument. I can clearly see this is the second argument. It says 0, so it's the index value. But what would be the previous value? Would it be 0 itself? Yeah, if you think about it. So 0 plus 34 plus 20 plus 10. So with each iteration, sum becomes 34. Then you add 34 plus 20, and then it goes to the next iteration. The value of this sum will now be what, 54, and 54 plus 10 is 64. I'm still not sure. Matlab, I explained it, but maybe I am not clear about this concept yet. Maybe if we play with the example or the challenge, maybe I'll understand it better. The console would display the value 64, yeah, because console deducts sum of ages. In other examples, see how an object can be returned containing the names of the users as properties with their ages as values. Okay, so let's see. We have a user called we have an object called users, same properties as this, same properties or keys and values as this. We have constant okay, so we have a variable called users object, and it stores what? It stores this inside. Interesting. Now we write users.reduce. Now reduce itself takes in this callback function. What does this do? Okay, so it takes in two arguments. One is the object and one is the user. Probably this is object and this is user, or I have no clue. By reading this object and user, I still have no clue. Dekhte chalo. So what is this? The first argument to be run, or the first command to be run after when you call this is object user.name. So obj and then user.name, as in this. So I think obj is users, then object के अंदर का user dot name what equals user dot age, and then we ask it to return the object. Oh अच्छा, यहाँ पे function end हो जाता है, sorry. Okay, return object. What is this? I've not seen that before, and it's inside this function. And we're not using any if statements, are we? Oh, this is the second argument. I can see, yeah, that's the second argument of the reduce function, and it says two curly brackets. What will this return? The console would display the value. Interesting. So these curly brackets ended up at the beginning of the text, and the closing curly bracket at the end of the text. Somehow they ended up over there, and it returns John 34, AB 24, camper cat 10. Let's read this again. So object ka user dot name. Let's break this down. User and name. First, with the first iteration, it would be John. So John equals user age 34. What does that mean? And then return object itself. What? This is more cryptic than the last one. Let us read this from the beginning. Array.prototype.reduce, or simply reduce, is the most general of all array operations in JavaScript. You can solve almost any array processing problem using the reduce method. The reduce method allows for more general forms of array processing, and it is possible to show that both filter and map can be derived as special applications of reduce. I see. This is, yeah, okay. The reduce method iterates over each item in an array. Okay, basically for loop bhul jao. Item ki, yeah, it will iterate over, yeah, I can understand this, and returns a single value. ठीक है, एक value return करेगा, single value. This is achieved via a callback function that is called on each iteration. Okay. Now the callback function accepts 4 arguments. The first argument, basically the callback function is a function, so you pass a function and then you check the function. The first argument is known as the accumulator, which gets assigned the return value of the callback function from the previous iteration. From the previous iteration. I think at the beginning, during the first iteration, the value of this accumulator is 0. Am I right in assuming that? I have no clue. Maybe reading this will help me understand. Yeah. So which gets assigned the return value of the callback function from the previous iteration. This is pretty understandable. Okay. The second is the current element being processed. So the second argument is the current element being processed. Okay. कौन सा element process करेंगे? What do you mean by that? I have no clue again. I mean, because of the second example, now I am blank as to what the second argument takes. The third is the index of that element, and the fourth is the array upon which reduce is called. हाँ ठीक है, वो समझ आएंगे. Fourth is very clear. कौन से array पे reduce हम लोग कॉल करने वाले. Fourth is the easiest to understand. Yeah. The third is the index of that element. अच्छा. In addition to callback function, so reduce has an additional parameter which takes an initial value for the accumulator. Which takes an initial value. Very good. If the second parameter is not used in the first iteration, is skipped. I see. So we have to mention the. Oh. Okay. So if we leave the second, if we don't mention the second parameter, then it will skip the first iteration. And second iteration gets passed the first element of the array as the accumulator. I see. I understand this a little bit more now. I should have read this maybe slower, or maybe a few more times. I realized my mistake. Okay, then what do we write? See below for an example in using reduce on the user's array to return the sum of all the user's ages. For simplicity, the example only uses the first and second arguments. Very good, thank you. So if we read this correctly, this is the first argument and this is the second argument. It tells us what? The value of the second argument is 0. The second is the current element being processed. So by पहले वो 0 देखेगा, so 0th element को process करेगा. This is generally used for arrays. I think most probably used for arrays all the time. So I can see 0 must be the index value. So with 0 से शुरू करना iteration. 0th value से iteration शुरू करना. That's cool. We came across this object called users. Now this callback function takes in 2 arguments. Whatever arguments they are given, it will do to sum. It will add sum and user.age. So when I see this, that means user has been assigned this thing, but I have no clue what sum has been assigned. So yeah, user.age, that's why we can get the age of this. What happens when we get sum? I have no clue. Okay. But basically it will return sum plus user age till the iteration ends, and the moment iteration ends it will tell us it will print 64 because 34, 20 and 10. Yeah, the console will display the value that is there. In another example, see, an object can be returned containing the names of the users as properties with their ages as values. Users as properties with their ages as values. Okay. Okay. Okay, so we have a variable called users object. Now it does this users, then reduce, then the reduce function begins and ends here. This is the first and the second argument. This is the second argument itself. It's an empty curly bracket string, not even a string. These are two curly brackets really. Yeah. Okay. Now this anonymous function takes an object and user. The same as this. This takes sum instead of this takes object instead of sum. Okay. Now I'm going to assume that obj means this. If I'm wrong in assuming that, then I will change my statement immediately. And user is each of these users. Now we write object, and then you can see there's this bracket notation. Inside this we have user.name. So the user.name is 34 and object's 34th value equals user.age. That is extremely baffling and so confusing. I have no clue what to do. Yeah, I'm going to say hey a couple of times. Excuse me, I need some coffee, don't I? Now it says the variable watch list holds an array of objects with information on several movies. Yes, we've gone through watch list for some time now, since the morning. The variable watch list holds an array of objects. Yeah. Use reduce to find the average IMDb rating of the movies directed by Christopher Nolan. Oh my god. Recall from prior challenges how to filter data and map over it to pull what you need. You may need to create other variables and return the average rating from getRating function. Note that the rating values are saved as strings in the object and need to be converted into numbers. Before they are used in any mathematical operations. Yeah, we can get that. The watchlist variable should not change. Yeah, your code should use the reduce method. We may or may not use filter or map, but we better use reduce. We will use filter to filter out all the Nolan movies and not the Jim Cameron or any other of the James Cameron movies. Yeah. GetRating watch list should equal this. So when we call getRating function and we write watch list, we should get this value. Very good. Your code should not use a for loop. Very well. Your code should return the correct output after modifying the watch list object. Very good. It's only some lines of code, but some lines of code can play so much with it. Okay. चलो इनको चाहिए average rating. IMDb rating. So average of course works by adding all of them and then dividing it by the number of values we added. Oh, this will come to our advantage then. But first, before we do that, that's fortunate for us, we don't even need two values really, we only want one value. Chalo. That makes it so much better for me. Okay. First, let's filter some data. Let filtered data be resize this please, thank you. Okay, let filter data be what? So we have watch list as in this. Interesting. You just simply wrote watch list, did you? You did? Wow, Choudhary. So get filtered, let filter data equals watch list dot filter. Now inside this we put a callback function, an anonymous function at that. We only want the numbers, sum of numbers. No, not there yet. Wait, all Nolan movies, right? I have to revise a little. I have to check my code a little from the previous steps. Refactor, use the map method to extract. Use the filter method to extract data from an array. Did I save that code? No, I did not. Maybe I'll use you from this time. Okay, so this is how we write it. Okay. I'm going to use Nolan as my argument. We write Nolan dot rating, right? What's it called? IMDb rating. Strict equality नहीं चाहिए, course करना है ना. Filter only if it's Christopher Nolan. Actually, yes, strict equality. Where is Nolan? Yeah, we need codes for that. क्या मतलब सेमीकोलन के बाद लिखा है? सेमीकोलन ने क्या डाल देता है? Better. Okay. Is this how you use it? Yeah, pretty much. Very good. Is this console log? Very good. Instead of average rating, I want to see filtered data return. For a second, please. It returns an empty array. That's wrong. We have users.filter user arrow user.age. So maybe this is wrong. Instead, I'll wrap you in this. No. Maybe not strict equality then. No? Okay. What did this do? It has a constant variable. So let's make this constant. FILTERED data equals under users under the equals users.filter watch list.filter. Watch list. The argument is watch list and the watch list has a name watch list. Wow. That is so cool. Users.filter is a watch list.filter, and we write the callback function. Callback is inside one bracket. They are in fact, where is it? Oh yeah. Maybe not maybe because of you. Yeah, so Nolan. Chalo. Nolan is Nolan and IMDb rating Christopher Nolan. Because this is IMDb rating and not the director. I see. I jumped the gun a little. Very good. Now we have all the Nolan movies in here. Very good. Now it will, yeah, okay, very good. ये तो कर दिया था, हाँ ठीक है, हमें filter कर दिया, but we also need to map it. I have to go back to the mapping function then. क्या करना है भाई? I mean, do we really need map then? मैप की कोई ज़रूरत ही नहीं है, अभी तुम लोग सीधा सम लगा सकते हैं. Equals what? Filter. Oh, no. I'll paste it. अच्छा. Filter data. I really didn't use filter data. इसको वापस copy करके paste करना. Very good. Now we write reduce and give us only the average. They only need to simply return a number, well, a decimal number, a float number, a float. We only need to return a float. Very good. Much better than this. I'm going to combine this and easily get over this mammoth task. I mean, I shouldn't say, I say mammoth task, actually no. So we write average rating, then filter data, which contains the Nolan's work. Then do I need to map it? I'm not sure. I don't think I need to map it. All the numbers are to be added anyway. Right. So only one value will be taken. Right. So inside this now we write reduce के अंदर क्या करेंगे? अच्छा honey sum and sum users करना पड़ेगा. No problem. I'm going to reuse this to my advantage. We put two arguments, sum and with not sum and user. I'll write rating value, so I can understand. Maybe because it's literal, I think it will be easier for me to grasp, despite the fact that I understand what's going on. Anyway, it's very weird, but yeah. Now, what is this sum function supposed to do? Sum plus rating dot value. Oh, not dot. Rating value. I mean, I could simply have written IMDb rating too, but that would have been confusing. Okay, so now we write in double quotes IMDb RMC. Now it says 8.6, 9.0. Okay, object RMC. If you give a previous value object only, not the word. Yeah, I get it. That's the bracket. Okay, that's ends here. Now we write this and filtered data dot length. Let me copy that. I'm not about to make any mistakes. You know what? I'll also put you in the next line. Very good. Filter data dot length. Very good. Now we have multiple values. RMC. Socho. I can put this inside a bracket so then we can divide it. I don't know if that should or will work. Anyway, not a number. Very good. RMC. Now I write comma space 0. We have 8.675. I think that's it. Let's check. What does this say? 8.675. Very good. The code should not use a file. I think we nailed it. I want to check. I nailed it, but somehow I still do not understand how this thing works. Sum rating value. What is the value of sum? It's beyond me. What the value of sum is beyond me. Okay. Yeah, this works. Nifty. I wrote this while being, what can I say, conscientious, yet I don't know a single thing about this. Maybe it's copying and pasting. That's what got me this far. I have no clue. Okay, yeah, let's not, turn this philosophical. Thank you, one viewer that's watching this. I hope you appreciate these videos. Okay, now it says higher order functions map, filter, or reduce, or so either of the three to solve a complex problem. So now we have a complex problem. Now we're talking the stuff of the stuff of dreams. Okay, can you guys see that? Yeah, I think you guys should be able to see that. Okay, very good. Now it says now that you have worked through a few challenges using higher order functions like map, filter, and reduce, you now get to apply them to solve a more complex challenge. Oh my god, I can see myself having a heart attack. Okay, what does this say? So complete the code for the square list function using any combination of map, filter, and reduce. Okay, I will read that again. What is the challenge? Complete the code for square list. You know what? Before I read this challenge, let me familiarize myself with this. So then the problem statement will be much easier to understand because I'll know. So we have a interesting. We have a variable called square list which has a function called array, but it's an anonymous function. So actually, square list is the function, yeah, which takes in the argument array. So it takes an array as an argument. Very good. Yeah, and simply returns array for now. So whatever has been input, you can see square list. This is cool. Square list and whatever array it has been passed, तो ये आर्ग्यूमेंट में पास होता है और वो आर्ग्यूमेंट वापस उसने पेश कर दिया है. And we use console.log to print this. Okay, well, cool enough, good enough. Okay, now we have these values: -3, 4.85, 3, -3.21. Okay, complete the code for square list function. Very good. Using any combination of map, filter, and reduce. Very nice. We used filter and reduce for the last one. The function should return a new array containing the squares. So a new array. हाँ, तो ये तीनों कुछ बिगाड़ेंगे नहीं. They won't mutate the original array. The function should return a new array containing the squares. Oh, if only the positive integers. Decimal numbers are not integers. When an array of real numbers is passed to it. Okay. An example of an array of real numbers is -3. Yeah, okay. So I think this is pretty cool. I don't know how we're gonna square it. I'm stuck on the square thing. Maybe the squaring thing might be the easiest part. Maybe filtering it might be the easiest part. Let's read this again. The function should return a new array. Okay. So if we pass on this thing, it should return a new array with only the squared integers and basically remove the negative integers. Okay. The squares of only the positive integers, as in 4.8, for example. 4.8 का जो भी square आएगा, function should return positive integers. Decimal numbers are not integers. So it also has to check whether a number is करते चलो. So दो चीज़ें चेक करनी है, not only one. दो चीज़ें चेक करेंगे. Very good. Yeah, decimal numbers are not integers. So out of these, only two numbers are integers. In fact, not even -3, 5 and 3. The square of 5 is 25 and the square of 3 is of course 9. So with this, if the output returns 25 and 9, I think we will be very happy people. Okay. Your function should not use any kind of for or while loops, the for each function. So apparently for each might have solved our problem faster, but they want us to figure this out using a combination of these. Now I'm pretty wary of map by now. Maybe we can use map somewhere here, but I'm going to definitely use filter and reduce, because I saw how one can use reduce. I use that for sum, so I'm going to use that for squares as well. That can be taken care of. First we're going to filter data. Now we'll have to filter data twice, or filter it once but use two parameters. Good. Chalo, let's begin. Right. Let filtered ARR equals, very good. Now we write ARR dot filter and we pass on a function. We call that function to be precise. Very good. Filtered array. Now let's make it a constant. Fine. Filtered array. हाँ ठीक है, जाता don't worry. Someone's getting hitched. Okay, now we write filter. Inside a filter we call a function. You know what, let's simply put arguments, whatever the arguments are. I'll call this negative, nope, minuses and decies, because why not? Hi, क्या बात है. It will go through each value, right? Oh. Guys, enjoy that. I'm not going to say anything for some time. You can enjoy the music. This is India. Welcome back, guys. And I just pointed myself in the. I hit myself in the head for not realizing my mistake. Is the number greater than 0? So this removed minus 3, minus 3.2. Now we have 4.85 and 3. Finally, so it actually worked, but I couldn't see it happen. Did you guys enjoy the show, by the way? I know I did. Very good. And how do we remove decimals is the question. Can I use two parameters? I mean, I can. Oh, sorry. Okay, instead of doing this, let's find out whether our decimal number formula works or not. Bye. That took care of 4.8, didn't it? What if this one negative? Good. I'll keep this very strict. Wait, I didn't take care of 3.2. Interesting. Why did it work before and not now? Huh. Interesting. About now? No. At the moment I do this, none comma space. This one. Of course, it's not the final. Okay. Took out the first decimal number. Wait. The remainder should be 0, right? For 5 it won't be, for 3 it won't be. We have to find out another way. Filter a decimal from an array. JavaScript. So array, it takes array as an argument. Then array dot filter num is greater than 0. Someone learn this. Array Baba is freeCodeCamp. I'm going to get out of that. I don't need to understand everything. Okay, array dot filter method to iterate over array type of method to check if element is a number. Oh. Well, is that? Oh, yeah. We are for that. Type of element, number. Ouch, that hurt. Okay. I'm going to keep this earphone on my ear Very good. Okay, what does this do basically? Cutting numbers of the original array. Okay, what can go wrong? All of them are numbers. Sheesh. Yeah, everything went wrong. Converting results. Nope. How do you remember someone? Yeah, I think this is that again. Of course, number equals 0. Yeah. Number greater than 0. ठीक है, चलो ले लेते हैं. Oh yeah, then we don't need this really. Bye. I mean, do we need that? I don't know. I don't see that. हाँ ठीक है, पहले तो number greater than 0. Okay, very good. बापर इसको हटाओ. हाँ चलो, negatives हट गए. अच्छा, double ampersand, no spaces, nothing. Very nice. हाँ नहीं, I mean, okay. And number by parse integer number triple equals 0. Interesting. ये क्या है? निकलो, ये यहाँ रखते हैं. And number $sign parse integer number. What does that mean? Parse integer. Okay, parse integer 10 ... इन सब का क्या होगा देखते हैं. ये 10 बन जाएगा, 10 बनेगा, 10 बनेगा, 3 4 बन जाएगा. ये 10.33 becomes 30. Wait a minute. Why is that useful for us? Right, let's try it. Maybe this will help us. Parse int number nope, 5 and 3. Interestingly, that worked. So what does that do? Then it divides the number itself by this number, and if it doesn't, oh my god, that is genius, I say. Yep. हो गया काम. I think we did the, yeah. So filtering it took a while. Yeah, squaring it shouldn't takes a while. Take longer. We have constant equals. Oh, that's not true. Reduced. Nope. Squared array. SQRD ARR. Nice. Squared array. Very nice. Okay. Now equals what? So filterArrad filter ARR dot क्या है? Reduce. Now we're going to reduce this reducto. Okay. Semicolons, please. Semicolons all the way. Right. Now what are we going to do? We are going to define a function. We've already used num. Yeah, fine. चलो. बेस नहीं लिख सकते. बेस, हाँ बेस ही लिखते हैं ना. हाँ ठीक है, चलो. बेस क्या करेंगे हम बेस के साथ? बेस मल्टीप्लाइड बाई बेस. डन. बाप रे, तकलीफ हो गई. हाँ, सेमीकोलन की तकलीफ हो गई. बेस बाई बेस उसने कुछ नहीं किया है. So maybe this is not how we write it. Wait a second. 0. Nope. क्या लिखा है यहाँ पे? हाँ, 4 का 16 हो जाना चाहिए. 1 7 6 4 36. था, कहाँ था, कौन था. Let's refresh this. Bye. Use the reduce method to analyze data. Yep. Okay, so it took some user and then some plus user dot age. Right. It took two values. Could be multiplying by base here. So base equals base multiplied by base. Right. Are you here again? Or if I make you one whichever one, there is nothing. But if I don't add it, nothing. I am being stupid again. We are supposed to return filter value. It only returns 25 and not even an array. Right. Not this then. Not a number. क्या बोलता है ये? सम कर दिया हमने अभी इसका. It only returns one value, doesn't it? Don't you? So it returns base, base. Why does it not iterate over each value and return? We got some Insta microwaves, custom kitchen delivery. Interesting. 16 is for what? 5, 3 squares, 9. 9 plus 5, 14. 25 minus 9, 16. Why not? Yeah, 25 minus 9 is 16 in fact. So 5 and 4. Between 5 and 4, what is this? I make this 0, it returns 0. I have to read you. Why did we put the 0 again? As if we'll know. क्या बोल रहा है? The second parameter is not used and the first iteration is skipped and the second iteration gets passed. The first iteration. What are you? If I remove this and the second iteration is passed. Well, 5 is the first iteration, isn't it? Interesting. This doesn't even return an array. Despite the fact that we are using reduced. Very good. Let's try to do this then. How did I finish this? Of course you can't see it anymore. This is the weirdest way to write code. I have never seen it, or maybe it doesn't. The logic doesn't make sense to me at all. Okay, let's make you a plus sign. It says 10. 5 plus how? 5 equals 5 plus 5. Right. Why does it stop after 1? Why do you stop after 1, my friend? Why don't you, reiterate yourself? Right. 1, 4. What are you doing? Okay. What if I write base? Right. Okay, I don't know what I'm doing. Let's read this. You know what? Yeah. Write a function to square a number in JavaScript. Square a number is in JavaScript. It is represent. Oh my god. Can I use math.power? That would be so easy. Much easier. Why didn't I think of that? Yeah, math.power 3/2. Is 3 the base? Yeah, base 2, right? 25. Why does it not return an array? Is the question. चलो हाँ चलो ये भी कर दिया. Basically we are good with this. ये भी कर तो देता ही है. Why can't I see the second value? As in 3. What happens to that? So reduce. In the first iteration ये पहले 5 का स्क्वायर बना देगा, फिर वापस जाएगा, अभी वो देखेगा कि 3 बाकी है तो 3 का स्क्वायर बनाएगा और उसको सॉल्व करेगा. Why can't we see that in this? Because it only returns one value. I don't believe it. Then if it does, then we have to find out why. I mean, it's supposed to be that way probably. Use the reduce method. क्या बोलते हैं ये? The second argument for as the cumulative which gets assigned the return value of the callback function from the previous iteration. The second is current now being processed. Current element being processed. Right. So when I write this, why does it go crazy, go berserk? If I do this exactly. How did you write this? Simply this way. Okay, चलो इसको wrap करते हैं. Nope, no change. 25 only. Why? If we ask it to return the filtered array, filtered, it says 5 and 3. Very good. Squared array. That's not even an array anymore. What did we do to get this result? I don't even need to write that really. None. How do you stop after that? Aren't you supposed to iterate through each value? Oh my god. It returns a single value. I get it. In an array. But it's called on each iteration. What don't I see that you see? Right, let's let it. Nope. What are we doing wrong? Another yawn and I'll get a coffee, I swear. is this beyond me? Why does this? I mean, I understand reduce returns this. What if we write filter? 5 3 again. Map is the most cryptic of them all. But maps are oh, map worked. Yeah, I promised, I swore, so I'm going to get some coffee now. But yeah, this is done. Very nice. We only used filter and map. Actually nice. I'm going to save this code. When I'm back, we will go through each of them. Thank you. I'll be back because I want to know why map worked and why map worked. See ya. And I'm back, guys. Let us begin and let's continue. Where were we? With something new today. Okay. Yep, saved it. Very good. Sort an array alphabetically using the sort method. So now we have sort function. Okay. We came across this before. We did. The sort method sorts the elements of an array according to the callback function. So sort also uses callback. We can't simply sort something. Why can't sort something simply? Who knows? But I'm here with my coffee and we're gonna do some work. Okay. So the sort method sorts the elements of an array with the callback function. What does this do? So we have a function ascending order array. Very nice. We're back to functions now, not that magical stuff. Okay. It returns what? So array dot sort and then it calls a function. What does this do? It takes two arguments, probably one item and the second item, maybe 1 and 2, and then returns 1 minus 2. I think I'm completely wrong. Does it iterate through each number of an array? Does this become a, then does this become a at some point? A minus b, that's 4. Then this retains its position. Then this becomes a 5. A minus b, 5 minus 2. That stays. 1 minus 5 is minus 4. So this keeps its position. Now is 5. Oh come on. How does sort even work is beyond me. But apparently, yeah, if you write this, it works. It is actually very beyond me. We have 3 likes. Thank you for watching. Thank you for your support. Yeah, much appreciated actually. We have Sommajit. Hello Sommajit. Hi. Thank you for watching the video. I'm enjoying some coffee. If you're also interested, you can join me for some coffee. Very nice. Okay. Coffee. Okay, so a minus b. Apparently, this function simply orders it. I don't know how, but it does. Simply a minus b. I mean, okay. Yep, black coffee all the way, my friend. Only black coffee. We don't drink that milk stuff. Only black coffee. Jabardast. Yep. Okay. So, आँखें खोल देता, senses खोल देता. Very good. Now, yeah. Where were we? So, why, what, who, where, I don't know, but this basically sort combined with this sorts anything in an ascending order. I don't know how. I don't even let's try to understand this. So for the first iteration, it would take a and b as probably this a and this as b, so it will do 1 minus 5, right? 1 minus 5. Now if the number is negative, you keep a here, okay, and you now go to the next iteration. Now this becomes a and this becomes b. Now a minus b, so 5 minus 2, right? 5 minus 2 gives us 3. And so now will you change positions? Will you swap places? What will it do? I have no clue. Still no clue. 5. So yeah, I understand the result. I mean, some boolean thing that if the result is negative, then you keep the number, but if it's positive, then you move the number. If I do 5 minus 2, if it's positive, so that number is positive. So do we move it? Yeah, let's say we move it. So 5 minus 2 is 3. So how many spaces do I move it? I don't know. Let's flip this now. So now 2 and 5 become 1. I'm not making sense, nor am I making sense to you guys. Neither am I making sense of what I'm speaking, neither am I making sense. Okay. But yeah, somehow when you sort, we call the sort function and you write this in the callback function, it gets yeah sorted. Now what does this mean? Okay, we have another. Now what does this do? So array sort, now function a and b again, same thing, but now it returns what? This is a strict equality operator. Question mark, I completely forgot what that is. Question mark 0. I'll have to look at a few operators. इसको बंद करो. Operators in JavaScript operators. Okay, and it won't tell us a list, unfortunately. We have adding, multiplication. Okay, very good. Very good. We have different types of operators. Let's see. This is addition, subtraction, multiplication, exponentiation. Very nice. Division, modulus, increment and decrement. I do not see why a question mark is here. Let's see. It might be a logical operator. Now, is question mark? No. Comparison? Yes. Ternary operator. Now we have to understand what a ternary operator is. Conditional. Okay. The ternary operators of JavaScript only that takes 3 operands. A condition followed by a question mark. मतलब क्या होता है? What does it return? It helps you think of the ternary as a shorthand way of writing an if-else statement. अच्छा. What is if? If this true, then do this. Otherwise do this. What? क्या यार? Okay. In C explained, not C, sorry. What is a ternary operator? Mozilla is the only JavaScript. Okay. Takes 3 operands, a condition followed by a question mark, then an expression to execute if the condition is true 3 followed by a colon, and finally okay, yeah, now I get it. This is the if statement. If this is, this is true, then you return 0. If not, then you do this. Okay, makes more sense. Okay, good. Strict equality, if a equals b, then you return 0. Okay, otherwise you check whether a is less than b. So is L less than b? God. Yep, now I know a and b is this. Okay, fine. Okay, so is a greater than b? Is L greater than h? Yeah, it is. Well, less than. So is L less than h? No. So you make the index value -1. No, it's supposed to return the number. Return 1 or -1. So sort this by -1. What are you saying, man? Come on, make more sense. But this will do this. Okay, so ZSLHB. So this is counterclockwise. This is clockwise. This is counterclockwise. Okay. JavaScript's default sorting method is by string Unicode point value, which may return unexpected results. Ow. As if that makes more sense. So we have to refer to the Unicode table. They're probably sorted by the Unicode standards. It says string Unicode point value. Yeah. Therefore, it is encouraged to provide a callback function to specify how to sort the array items. When such a callback function, normally called compare function, is supplied. I think they mean this. The array elements are sorted according to the return value of the compare function. Yeah, so I think whatever the first item is, it will be moved if it's 1. So 1 space move करेंगे, -1 तो 1 space backwards move करेंगे, I guess. But then Z would only be moved once. I don't know when this if this runs a loop and an if loop. I mean, if I understand, but whether this runs a for loop or not, I have no clue, because it doesn't say sorts the element. It doesn't say iterates through, but I think it would have to iterate through each element to sort it. Yeah. But once it moves on from this, how I want to use some pen paper to actually write this down. Each step. How does it, reach from here to here? What's the journey of Z from the index value 2 to 0? I have to know. I think it iterates itself until each function turns out to be true, or basically A equals B. A is exactly B. How can that ever be? Because A is not the number here, A is a variable here. I have so many questions. Very cool. Yeah, but compare function is applied. The array elements are sorted according to the return value of the compare function. If compare function AB returns a value less than 0 for, okay, maybe this will clear my doubt. When such a callback function, normally called compare function, is applied, the array elements are sorted according to the return value of compare function. Yeah, if compare function AB returns a value less than 0 for two elements A and B, then A will come before B. Oh, finally you shed some light on the matter. Very good. Returns a value greater than 0 for two elements A and B, then B will come before A. Let's read this then. Let's assume this is A and this is B. A minus B. A minus B. 1 minus 5 is minus 4. So what will that do? A value कहाँ पे था? Less than 0 for two elements A and B, then A will come before B. So in this case, 1 stays here and B stays here. So A will come before B. Very good. Now I think iterates over these two. We have A and B. So 5 and 2. 5 minus 2. It returns a positive value more than 0. So greater than 0 for two elements A and B, then B will come before A. So now 5 is moved here and 2 is moved here. Very good. Now we check again. Now 5 is here, mind you guys. I have a notepad with me. Why am I not doing that? Yeah, I will write text. Come on, dude. Why do you even open that here if I'm working on this window? Okay, full screen. कितने plus size ये तो कर पाएगा अभी ना? Sheesh. I don't want to save this yet. I want to know with each iteration what happens. Then and only then will I understand. तुम लोग को दिखेगा ही अभी दिख रहा है? Nope. I mean, I'm doing this to make myself understand and make you guys also understand. Maybe you guys have a sharper mind than mine, so you understand it perfectly well. But I want to go through each iteration to understand what happens and when does it stop. So let's see. So this is the first array. It goes to the A and B, A minus B. This returns true. So if it's greater than this answer, so 1 minus 5, it returns minus 4. Now minus 4 is less than 0. So these stay intact. A stays before B. Very good. Now we go to this instance. Now it checks for 5 and 2. 5 minus 2, that is 3, that is greater than 0. So now 2 becomes 2, yeah, 2's value changes. So we copy this, I press enter and I paste it here. थोड़ा और बड़ा कर देते हैं. Can you guys see that? Yes, I'm sure you guys can see it. Very good. Now I press enter. इसकी height बढ़ा देंगे ना. Good. God, I want to know. Very good. So now let's cut you from here and paste it here. Very good. So now 1, 2 and 3. At the third iteration it looks like this. After the second iteration it looks like this. So now 1 and 2 are sorted. Now it checks, because it goes through each value. So now it behaves this way. So with this, of course, the value will be positive. A minus b, 5 minus 3 is 2. So now with this iteration, these of course switch places. Command X, command V. Command V. Very good. So now 1, 2, 3. Now 5 and 4. So 5, of course, again iteration will happen, and now not happen, it will iterate, and then we have this. Okay, comma space 5. Now I understand that A minus B rule much better, much clearly. Now let's go through this. How is this in ascending order? How this is in ascending order? How this is sorted in an ascending manner? I'll also read this. Need दोनों चाहिए actually. यहाँ तक ले लेते हैं. Copy. Very good. I'll cut you, paste it. Don't need all of you, any of you. बाहर निकलो, हटो, and I'll leave that. ये सब बाहर निकलो. Very good. So this is a condition. In neither of the cases will this be true. I don't know why this is iterating. Maybe I have to read this a little bit more. If compare function a and b returns a value greater than 0, if compare function a returns a value equal to 0 for 2 elements and a and b, then a will remain unchanged. Very good. Okay. We might have 2 L letters. Oh, we have two viewers. Thank you for joining. Hello. Yeah, we're trying to understand how the sort function works by writing each iteration, so we understand what this if statement exactly does. If you don't believe me, these are called operators, these are logical operators, and we have computational operators, different types of operators, and because of these operators this is possible. Of course, all of this is done with the sort function. Sort calls this function and does it. Anyway, back to this. Okay, so this is the original array. Now we have a and b here. So a will be assigned this value and b will be assigned this value. So this is the first iteration. Now let's see. Is L and B, so L and H, is L and A are they strictly equal? No, they are not. Very good. If they are not, then you run another if statement. What does this mean? So is A, L less than B? Now as far as I remember, I can remember, let's keep it simple. Is L less than B? Is L less than H? No, it is not. So what do? You move it one space to the right, I think. Yeah. Sorry. So now L is cut and we paste it here, right? No, after this. Very good. So now the position of L is here. Interesting. Wait, if it's true, is this true? No. Oh, आने हम लोग negative order में जा रहे हैं. Oh, we're descending. We're doing this in a descending order, right? So this returns Z, S, L, H, B. I see. I made a mistake. Let's go back. What does this say? If A equals B, strictly equals B, then you return 0. So basically you're not supposed to move anything. If this is not true, then you run another condition where A is A less than B. If yes, then you write 1. If not, then you write -1. Okay. So is L less than B? No, it is not. So you write -1. So now unfortunately indexes are 0 based. We don't go negative, we don't push negative, so this stays intact. Much better. Yeah, so after the first iteration the array does not change, does not mutate anything. Very good. Now that we've assigned this a value, we'll leave it. Cool. Now we head over to H and Z. So A and B are now, so A is H and Z is B now. Are they strictly equal? Nope. So we do check another if statement. Is H less than B? Sorry, H less than Z? Yes it is. Yes it is. So you move it one space, I think. When it says 1, I think, yeah, that's what they mean. You move it one space. So now it moves one space to the right, so I think they swap places. So this is what it looks like now. Wait just a second, let me move view. अरे यार इसको यहाँ swap करना चाहिए था. Okay. Command X, paste. Very good. So now after the second iteration, it looks like this. The result of the second iteration. Very good. Now it will, I don't know if it will, I think it will move on to this now. H and B. Now is H, yeah, I think this is pretty understood that they are not equal. Is H less than B? No, it is not. So now B moves here. No. So I don't think they move at all. Yeah, when it's -1, I don't think they move at all. But why is that the case? Is H less than B? No, it is not. So -1. What do we do here? LHZBS, right? But we moved Z here when it's at 1. With -1, apparently we don't do anything. I'm not sure about that. We are descending either way. I have no clue. I'm going to assume -1 is to not move. If that changes, I will have to rethink this entire operation. Okay, so apparently no change after the third iteration. The result of the third iteration looks like this. Now first these were the values, then these were the values, then these were the values, now these two will be the values. So B and S, and now it says B and S. So is B less than S? Yes, in fact it is. So now these two swap places. X, remove. Oh yeah, I could have written it in a better manner. X, very good. Paste, nice. So now after the fourth iteration, this is what it looks like. But this is still not sorted. You can see S needs to be here, L needs to be here, and H needs to be here. Yeah, exactly. So now I think it will not stop iterating. But how will it know when to not stop? I think until it says -1 for each of them. Very good. So that's the 1, 2, 3, 4 and 5th. So yeah, so now we're going to iterate it for the 5th time. 5th time it's going to, I think, go through LZ again. Now is L less than Z? Yes. So now Z should move one space here. क्या करेंगे? नहीं, हाँ. Let's cut U and you paste it here. Very good. Oh, nope. इतना ही काटेंगे. Very good. I think, yep. Okay, yeah. So now Z is respectfully in this position, right? ये भी ले लेते हैं. not respectfully, with respect. Let's place it here. So we have to reach this basically. Now A and B has begun. Sorry, A and B. Now we are going to go through this iteration LH. Obviously L and H will move here. I don't know if it is simpler than this, but I'm going through each iteration to understand what this actually does. So LH. Now is L less than H? No. But I get it now. It will sort itself, slowly sort itself. So only S is supposed to move now. How many times depends on us. Because the moment it moves here, H and B will be compared. Then L and H will be compared. I think in the third iteration, this will reach it. But yeah, I think I don't need to go further. Basically, it will iterate itself multiple times until this has been reached. So if we compare A and B, Z and S, it will say, so is Z less than B? No. Very good. Is this, so all of them until they return -1. I think, yeah, there will be a point where all of them will return -1, and that's when it stops and then returns the last value. Hopefully this is what it does. So if compare-equals returns a value to equal for two elements, and then A will remain unchanged. Interesting. Use the sort method in the alphabetical order function to sort the elements of array in alphabetical order. The function should return the sorted array. So this should, I think, say AACC. Oh, okay. We're going to reuse U, but instead of, yeah, I will use the ES6 methods, not these weird methods. This is so, yeah, this. Okay. करते हैं, don't worry. Yeah, that needs to be in there. We'll put that. Oh, yeah. Honey, hado. What does this do? Return. Interesting. Wow. We have two returns. Okay. If we are writing it this way, function reverse alphabet, whatever. So return array dot sort function, then curly bracket open, curly bracket closes, and when it closes, it also puts this for the sort function. Yeah. And of course, this is not being console long. So let's also do that. So console.log. Very good. So right now ZGC. This is completely the opposite. So I'll make this -1, and I'll make U1. And now we have AACCBD. We have to know which thing to change. But I want to make this look more aesthetic, more ES6Y like. So we're going to change a few things. I'll remove function. I'll remove maybe not the call. Wait. We're simply returning both of them, right? Instead, let A equals this. Return A semicolon value. Done. ये हो गया. Now what does this do? Let A equals array sort function. चलो इसको भी थोड़ा clear करते हैं. Should look better. Sort what? A and B. इसको हटाएंगे, इसको बनाएंगे arrows. Actually that should be there. Actually, yeah. Enter. Very good. Okay, much better. So let A equals array dot sort. Let's put some spacing. Much better to look at. Basically, I flipped from 1 to -1. I think all of you guys saw that. Oh, thank you. Oh, we have Hypocrisy Hunters. Hello, welcome back. I see you were gone for a couple of days. Thank you for joining. Thank you for your comments. Yeah, back to this. So, huh. I mean, yeah, but yeah, this works. So, हाँ अभी इसको क्या क्लीन बनाना था ना, इसको यहाँ पे रख देते हैं. हाँ ठीक है, that's anyway better. Okay, so return A. It will check for this, and then return A itself. Do we need this thing? If we are returning the value, if we're storing the value of A anywhere, yeah, we don't need to return it. Then we don't need the curly brackets either, I think. Yeah. ES6, if we are using ES6 syntax, yeah, pretty cool. This code is much better to look at. This is an anonymous function. So instead of writing function, we simply write A and B, so it will understand that we are only passing two arguments, A and B. So this will become A, and then this will become B, and then they will be checked whether they are equal. They are strictly equal. If not, it will check whether A is less than B. Is A less than B? Yes, it is. So do not change anything. When it says -1, I think it's supposed to change the index value of this item to -1. But if there's 0 base indexes, I don't think it's supposed to change. Yeah, I'm not sure about this, but I understand what it does, and I knew exactly what to change. But yeah, I'm not clear about -1 and 1. Like, what purpose do they serve is still beyond me. Maybe let's play with this. That didn't change anything because -1 prevails. Let's see, -2. AACC. Okay. Interesting. What if I, yeah, -10 would be unrealistic. What if I keep this 0? So ADCHZG. ADCHZG, right. Let's see what happens. So when we write, so I think, yeah, this has to play with index. When we simply write a positive number, it will move it one space. ADCHZG, right. What if I write -1 here? Ascending or descending order. ZG's DCAA. The moment I flip them, it's ascending. Why? I think I have to go through the iterations, but simply this moves it one space to the right. It changes the index value, so it adds 1. So if this thing's index value is 0, it will add 1 to it. So this thing's index value now becomes 1. If this thing's index value is 2, which it is, so then if we add 1, then it basically moves here. And at the same time, this thing's value becomes -1. That is so interesting to see. I'm shocked, and yeah, but yeah, this works. Let's go one again. Hey, look at that! There is something weird going on. Let's see. With each iteration, this happens. GZACDA. Now this was ADCCAZG, right? Did all of them change places? Yes, they did. तो वो हर एक इटरेशन में वो लंबा हो, मतलब ये बड़ा हो या छोटा, whatever the value is, whether it's greater or shorter, the index value becomes -1. Index value is index value -1. So it will go through AD is A, yeah, whatever. If we write -1, basically it doesn't move to the right. Interesting. I think somewhere in the some iteration, basically A ends up here, one of the letters ends up here, one of the A, and the second A ends up at the end of the array. Crazy. But yeah, this works. We are good to go actually. 63% complete. Nice. Now return a sorted array without changing the original array. Just a second. We can close this if I need to check it out. We can check it out. Well, yeah, so I'll close that tab anyway. Okay, now what does it say? Return a sorted array without changing the original array. That's what I have. That's exactly what I did in the last one. Let a become that. Okay, no problem. So a side effect of the sort method is that it changes the order of the elements in the original array. In other words, it mutates the array. Yeah, so we don't want to mutate it. You can see we have a global array. But yeah, okay. It mutates the array in place. One way to avoid this is to first concatenate an empty array to the one being sorted. Remember that slice and concat return a new array. Nice. Thank you. Yeah. Then run the sort method. Yeah. Okay. I understand what they're doing. What it's doing. So have I? Yeah, we don't. But we have this. Okay, I can reuse that text here. Okay. First, what are we to do? We're supposed to store this in another array. So let a equals. You know what? Let's be more clear about it. This let array equals what? Global array. Unfortunately, this will not. Return what? ARR semicolon. ARR has already been declared. Aisa. Oh, sorry, I can't use that then. ARR. What is this? Fake ARR? Nope. RR. There is a movie RR. Right. Let's call it A. And let's ask it to return A. I'll also put this in the console. I'll ask it to print it to the console. So whatever you run. So 56392. It prints 56392 right now. But it should use the sort method. We don't have global variable should not change. So if I do anything to global variable, should not change. So it is unchanged right now. It has not been mutated. Let's see. Okay. क्या करना है? Sort करना है इसको. किस ascending? Yeah, ascending order में sort करना है. Very good. Now this is a number, not a letter. Much easier to do. Much easier actually. Much easier. Instead of this, I should write ARR. Yeah. Because we're taking an argument. We're not taking a global variable. So if we pass another array, it will take that. So yeah, you guys get it. You guys understand that. ये हम लोग बहुत time से कर रहे हैं. Okay. Now instead of this, I'm going to store everything inside this a variable. So we write array dot what's it called? Sort. Yeah, sort, and then we pass it a callback function. लिखेंगे क्या? Using ES6. I mean, I can write it in the old-fashioned method too. Right. It will take two arguments, A and B, and then we don't even need to write return. That is so cool actually. What do we write? Return A minus B. So return is kind of there. So A minus B. That's it. Oh, not even the semicolon. That's it. And now it's sorted in ascending order. 2, 3, 5, 6, 9. Oh, we have one viewer. Thank you for joining. Done and done. अभी देखते हैं कि हमने mutate किया कि नहीं. I'm not sure whether we mutated it, but if we did, then we can use concatenate or slice for this method and it will still work. Yeah. So yeah, it does mutate it. No problem. Then what we can do is we'll store this in another variable. I mean, let इसका कुछ काम नहीं है तो फिर we'll do something else. Let a dot sort करते हैं. Let a equals नहीं यार. Let a equals an empty array. Yeah, this is an empty array, and then we're going to concatenate this to this. Or we could slice it. Really, if we slice it, then it will copy that. why not? निकलो a equals array dot slice, and then we simply write this. Yeah, that should do it. No, yep, work. Two lines of code, very nice. If we want to, if we want someone else to read this and understand it, then we can do it this way. So we're passing we're calling two functions. We're calling the slice function. If we don't put any arguments in slice, it will simply take the entire array. Good. So now that it's stored in the variable called a, I can also make it a constant variable. It still doesn't matter. I'll put the keyword constant if I put like a. I can't write var because then it will become a global variable. Cool. Back to this. Pretty simple, pretty cool, pretty nice. This is actually very nice. And we ask it to return the a variable. So that's how we know it's not sorted. If I ask it to return array, it will be still in its unorganized, or I could say unsorted state. Yeah, it will still be in its unsorted state. Very good. Nice. 67% complete. Good. Sonic Boom. You guys should check out this artist called MF Doom. I have been listening to their music for some time now, at least a few weeks. It's a pretty good music. You guys will like the aesthetic. MF Doom. Okay. Now next, split a string into an array using the split method. Now split. Yeah, we came across split before, but I'm not sure. I remember a lot of. Oh yeah. I remember now. Okay. Yeah, the title itself gives it away. Basically, if we have a string, let's say this hello world, you split it. How you mention? How you want to split it? Split it with spaces. If we split it with spaces, it's literally splits words. If we don't split it with any spaces, we simply write two quotes. Two quotes. Then it would simply separate each letter and put them in an array. If you don't understand, don't worry, I'll explain it to you. बहुत अच्छा है. चलो क्या सिखा रहे हैं ये लोग. So the split method splits a string into an array of strings. This itself is very self-explanatory. It takes an argument for the delimiter. Delimiter मतलब दिखाते हैं. चलो. Let's Google delimiter. What does delimiter mean? A character that marks the beginning or end of a unit of data. Delimiter. Okay. I mean, it's pretty clear, but पढ़ते हैं ना थोड़ा. मैं भी आप लोग को समझा पाऊँ तो उसका. Yeah, if I can't explain it to you, then I don't know it. So a delimiter is a sequence of one or more characters for specifying the boundary between separate independent regions in plain text, mathematical expressions, or other data stream. An example of a delimiter is the comma character, which acts as a field delimiter in a sequence of comma separated values. Yeah, I'm not sure how many of you know what a comma separated value is, what the concept of CSV is. But yeah, basically delimiter मतलब मुझे ये जो टेक्स्ट है या फिर कुछ भी है, या लेट्स कंसिडर दिस टेक्स्ट फॉर एग्जांपल, ये जो टेक्स्ट है उसको मुझे कैसे स्प्लिट करना है. इफ़ आई डोंट वांट एनी स्पेसेस तो वो हर एक कैरेक्टर को स्प्लिट कर देगा. इफ़ आई पुट delimiter as a space, then it will split each each word. मतलब जहाँ पे भी स्पेस उसको दिखेगी वहाँ पे वो नई एंट्री बना देगा. So if you I'll also revise this. Let's take this for example. Let's remove view, right? Hello world and code, right? So what split does is, if we write split dot this bit, let's call this let a equals hello world, and if I write a dot split, it will split this in these manners, this manner. H, E, L, L. So each of them will be a single entry. The moment I put a space, so अभी वो spaces के साथ delimit करेगा, so it will capture words. So this will be one entry, space will be removed. If you think of this as an array, so comma space, then world IM. Abhi if you guys can see here, there's no space in here, so this will be one entry and this will be the last entry. So it's split in 3 entries if the delimiter is of course space. Now if you want to separate it by commas, if we wanted the delimiter to be a comma, not a comma space, then it will take hello world as one entry and I am space code as the second entry. Pretty cool, pretty nice. This is actually very amazing. Delimiters are amazing to use. I think we are going to split strings into an array, and I think we can also see that we're going to use some regular expressions. देखते हैं, पहला पूरा पढ़ते हैं. Okay, the split method splits a string into an array of strings. Nice. It takes an argument for the delimiter, very good, which can be a character to use to break up the string or regular expression or irregular expression. Very good. For example, if the delimiter is a space, you get an array of words. Yeah, pretty standard. If the delimiter is an empty string, you get an array of each character in the string. Now mind you guys, this comma will also become an entry. If you don't believe me, what I can do is इसको हटाओ, लिखेंगे क्या, sp split. Oh sorry, not this way, sorry. Let करके दिखाते हैं, equals this. Now if I a dot split, simply से तो प्रिंट भी नहीं करेगा console.log के बिना. console.log good semicolon please. So basically, because there's no space between them, or even if I write this, इससे तो कुछ split होगा ही नहीं. You have to put double quotes or single quotes. Yeah. So each character, even a space, is stored as an entry inside this array. The same a comma will be stored. Yeah, very cool actually, very nice. Command Z, I'll command Z my way back to whatever it was. Very good. Simplify, that's it. Okay, splitify. Okay, you get an array of each character in the string. Nice. Here are 2 examples that split one string by spaces and another by digits using a regular expression. One string by spaces, this probably, and another by digits. Very cool. Oh, I can see they're using flags here. Guys, if you don't know what flags are, check out our live video about flags. Okay, back to you. Here are 2 examples that spring. Okay, so basically this is a variable called str. It stores this string called hello space world. Now we have another by space. This stores whatever will be delimited. So basically this stores the array string dot array, and the array stores this as the result of this. So basically string dot split spaces. तो अभी वो array में 2 words दिखेंगे. Pretty cool, pretty clear actually. Yeah, spring by spaces. Yeah, that's cool, understandable. Okay, now this says other string, another variable called other string, and it has this text. Now we want to split it by numbers, by digits really, not even numbers, digits I would say. So we use a regular expression here. You can see regular expressions are stored inside 2 slashes, 2 forward slashes, between 2 forward slashes, and we can see they're using the flag, digit flag. Lowercase d is for the d's, the digits. Cool. So by space, where is by space? By space would have the value hello and world. You guys remember the space is deleted in this array, and then by digits would have the value how are you today. So how in one index, are in one index, and these numbers get discarded if we are trying to print by digits. Yeah, okay. Since strings are immutable, the split method makes it easier to work with them. Yes, they are. Now use the split method inside the splitify. We have a function called splitify. Before I read this, let's read this first, this area, the editor, and understand what this is, so it will make much better sense. So we have this text, hello space world I am code, very good. And we have splitify, and it's a string, so it will take this as a string, anything that is a string. Yeah, it will take an argument called string, one argument called string, str. Okay. Splitify, very good. Okay, use the splitify method inside splitify function. Use the split method. So we're going to use this method called split inside to split string into an array of words. Words के लिए spaces, of course. The function should return the array. Note that the words are not always separated by spaces and the array should not contain punctuation. So basically हम ये हटाएंगे और ये हटाएंगे. Commas, we'll remove commas and those hyphens, yeah. And just to be clear, we will also check the tests to see what the output should look like. It says return, so this text, hello space world, comma, no space, I hyphen am space code, which is literally this. It should return hello world I am code. Okay, so this is what we're supposed to return if this text were passed. If it says earth hyphen is hyphen r space home, it should return earth is our home. I think we're going to use the regular expressions all the way for this. Let's see. I'm not going to call variables like this. I'll only set one variable. So let's use constant. I want to use constant a equals jobi and return a. That should do it. And we'll also wrap you inside a console.log, so you print whatever your output is. Very good. Right, back to you. Now we're going to splitify. So we write string dot kya split, split. I mean, it is better if we work with variables. It would look better and the code would itself look really nice actually. Yeah, right. Now we're going to split this. So first we put 2 forward slashes. Now what do we need to remove? We want to remove spaces. So we use /s for that. Now spaces have been, that happened. Now we also want to remove hyphens. So I'm going to use /capital W. That is, okay, so, acha. I can't use it in 2 goes apparently. Or if I wrap you, no, syntax error. Wait a second. We also have to use the global flags. Oh, these are actually not flags. I forgot. These are not flags. G and I are flags. Yeah, this is the global flag and this is the insensitive case flag. We don't need the insensitive case. We're not targeting any characters or the global tag. Yes, we are. Right. So we got rid of the spaces. Now we have to work on the characters. Yeah, this is a shorthand property. This is called a shorthand property. I'm sorry about that. Yeah. So /s /g whatever are shorthand properties. Right. Okay. I don't think we need global variable here. This shorthand property does the trick. Right. Can I write split again? No, I cannot split a splitted column. How do we ensure that we remove all 3 at the same time? Can we do that? I have no clue. But this takes care of the spaces. You know what? Let's find out capital W. Oh, interesting. That's all we had to do. So capital W is I forgot. It's for W. I forgot. But yeah, shorthand property. Small w is for characters H, E. So ABCD, uppercase, ABCD lowercase, and 0 to 9. It's for digits and alphabets, lowercase and uppercase. But I forgot what uppercase W shorthand operator is for. Shorthand operator / capital W. No, sorry. /W. Wait. JavaScript. It's a meta character. Yeah. Oh yeah. You can see this. The W meta character matches word characters. Word characters are this. That's lowercase w, right? So I think uppercase W would be the complete opposite. So it would target anything that is not this. Oh, it also includes underscore apparently. Okay. We have, where is capital W? Oh yeah, it's here. So capital W is anything that is not a non-word characters, basically. Pretty cool. Yeah, so non-word characters are in fact spaces, commas, hyphens. Done. I think we are done. देखते हैं. Yup. Yes. Nice. Very nice. Oh, we have 4 likes. Thank you. This coffee had some magic on me. I do not want to leave this. Okay. Now what does this say? Combine an array into a string using the join method. The join method is used to join the elements of an array together to create a string. So join is only for array.prototype.join. Yeah. So join the elements of an array together to create a string. Basically, hello world become a string called hello space world, and we use a delimiter, probably if I dare. Relimiter. Oh, it also takes a delimiter. So basically, hello and space and world. Kind of a concatenate, but for an entire array. What is that sound from? Someone's working with construction. Do we have any other comments? क्या बात है, सही है. Okay. Where is this? Okay, yeah, I understand what this says. Sorry, I was lost for a second there. Yeah, ADHD brain. Okay. String would have a value of the string hello world. Yep. str. Yep. Use join method among others. Hint. This is a hint. What is this? Sentencify. So we are going to use a delimiter. Probably the same thing. /w. Hopefully. Are we live? Yes, we are live. Very good. Just a second, guys. Okay. Back to this. Okay. Use the join method among others inside sentencify function to make a sentence from the words in the string str. The function should return a string. For example, I like Star Wars. Star Wars should be converted to I like Star Wars. For this challenge, do not use replace method. कोई बात नहीं करेंगे. We should not use join method. Your code should use join method. Your code should not use replace method. Sentencify may the force be with you should return may space the force space this. Interesting. But we are not to use. First, we are going to convert. We are going to use a delimiter to split this text. After we've split this text, we're going to join it. Pretty cool, pretty clear. Actually, this is very clear. So let split text b str dot क्या split only अगर कोई और कुछ आ रहा है डॉट भी आया अच्छा then we use irregular expressions we use forward slash w हो गया काम नहीं मतलब एक काम हुआ सॉरी console dot log very good now it says undefined very good I can understand why we write return what does split text look like let's see okay this looks like this now we're going to use join I can do something that will blow you guys minds now we write join here थोड़ा स्पेसिंग दे देते तो आपको देखने में मज़ा आएगा अच्छा ऐसा ठीक है कोई बात नहीं now we join it we simply join it sheesh yeah now it's a sentence yeah no it's not even sentence it's actually text I can make this a I like using the that a okay semicolon here done may the force be with you done 75% complete I will show you guys again what I did I simply इसको एक लाइन में रखते हैं ठीक है yeah first I split the string and then I join the string two processes together yeah इतनी भी मेहनत नहीं करनी है तो मैं और कर सकता हूँ basically I ask it to return this itself done हो गया काम एक लाइन में काम खत्म हो गया if you think about it डन एक लाइन में कोड लिख दिया काम खत्म ये it won't work with every text is different but we have to pass the tests written here so that's what I'm doing okay now functional programming to convert strings to URL slugs what are URL slugs I think they will explain URL slugs but before we do that let's see URL slug refers to the end part of the URL after the backslash that identifies the specific page or post. Each slug on your web page needs to be unique and they provide readers and search engines alike with information about the contents of your web page or post. Okay, clean URLs are web addresses or uniform resource locator intended to improve the usability and accessibility of a website, web application or web service by being immediately and intuitively meaningful to non-expert users. Okay, I mean that made no sense. Let's read this. Apply function. The last several challenges covered a number of useful array and string methods that follow functional programming principles. We've also learned about reduce, which is a powerful method used to reduce problems to simpler forms. Yes, from computing averages to sorting, and any array operation can be achieved by applying it. Recall that map and filter are special cases of reduce. Yeah, and they gave us such headaches, but we cleared it. Let's combine what we've learned to solve a practical problem. Nice. Many content management sites, CMS, have the titles of a post added to part of the URL for simple bookmarking purposes. I kind of understand this. Yeah. For example, if you write a Medium post titled "Stop using reduce," it's likely the URL would have some form of the title string in it. // / stop using reduce. You may have already noticed this on the freeCodeCamp site. Yep. You can see this URL. You guys probably won't be able to see the URL. So the title of this lesson is "Apply Functional Programming to Convert Strings to URL Slugs." Right? If I isolate all of this, keep your eyes here. Functional programming. Yep. Apply functional programming to convert strings to URL slugs. Apply functional programming to convert strings to URL slugs. Exactly. The title itself is the URL, a part of the URL. You may have already noticed this on the freeCodeCamp site. I have. noticed it. Now we go to this challenge. So before I read the challenge, I will read this, what the editor has already written. It says function URL slug title. This takes an argument called title. We're going to play with that one argument. It says URL slug, and this is what we're going to pass to this title. Very good. A mind needs books like a sword. Sword needs a whetstone. We are going to use two lowercase to first convert this into lowercase, and we're going to use a delimiter to replace this these spaces to hyphens, right? Okay. क्या बोल रहा है fill in the, अभी ये मैं बोलेंगे क्या हम लोग यूज़ कर सकते हैं या नहीं यूज़ कर सकते. It says don't use replace. Very good. Probably also not use yeah, fine. I can use join for that, no problem. Join कर लेंगे. Cool. Fill in the URL slug position so it converts a string title and returns hyphenated version of for the URL. You can use any of the method covered in this section, and don't use replace. Here are the requirements. The input is a string with spaces and title case 2 words. The output is a string with the spaces between words replaced by a hyphen. The output should be all lowercase letters. The output should not have any spaces. ये भी एक लाइन में कर देंगे. चलो, we have URL slug. I'll get to work. I'll simply ask it to return title dot, इसके अंदर नीचे लिखेंगे first I'm going to convert this text to lowercase. So we write to lowercase, that's it, right. हाँ, इसको डॉट को यहाँ पे रखते हैं. हाँ, then we write another dot. अरे हाँ, ये सबको प्रिंट भी करना पड़ेगा ना. Can't show you guys, so I'll first print this console.log. हाँ, अभी डॉट हटाते हैं. So when I wrote this dot lowercase, now everything is in lowercase. So this condition has been fulfilled. Output should be all lowercase letters. So they are now lowercase letters. Very good. I mean, I could do it either way later too. I can put this to lowercase anywhere. It will convert it to lowercase. Convert the string to lowercase. Now we go to the next line. I write to. No. Now we are going to. क्या करेंगे इसको? I can use split. Yeah, we'll split it and then join it. So split with what? Spaces. Very good. Now they are split in. Each word is split. A mind needs books. Now we're going to join them. We write dot join with hyphens. So you make it hyphenated. हो गया काम. Winter is coming is first turned made lowercase. I mean, I can cut it from here and I can paste it here. It will still do the same thing. Yeah, because this function has been defined to only work with characters. Very cool actually. But yeah, so क्या करेंगे? Z. Yeah, better. So winter is coming will turn to winter is coming. I can show you guys that, but I don't need to show because I am confident it will work. Mine needs books. Hold the door. Become it's Game of Thrones. These are Game of Thrones references. Winter is coming. A mind needs books like a sword needs a whetstone. This was spoken by that guy, the dwarf, one of the Lannisters. One Lannister, I forgot his name, but that dude was very sharp, and he worked with the queen Daenerys. And hold the door is obviously for Hodor. Very good, nice. अभी winter is coming में उसको तकलीफ आ गई. Spacing. Oh, I did not see that coming. हाँ, तो इसकी जगह क्या कर देंगे? Split them. हाँ, what does winter is coming look like? Let's see. Very cool. That's a very good problem statement. I like that. I like this challenge. Oh yeah. Okay. Winter is space coming. You can't split it that way, really. I understand what happens. This is what it looks like. we also have to weed out the spaces before anything happens. I see, that's a good challenge. I like it. What do we write now? I can't write split twice. Split the text with spaces. I can, you know what, I can comment you. So winter is coming, right? Instead of this, what if I use that function, w? Nope, the same thing. Yes, nope. Yeah. I was feeling pretty confident about myself. Now I'm not, but it's okay. We have to learn this. What do we do about random extra spaces? We're not going to use replace. We can filter it out. How would we filter it out? Filter if a equals empty. What's a better way to write this? What can we split? We can't split it. We can't join it. We have to remove it from the array. We can filter it out. Yeah, I keep coming back to filtering it out. Let's filter it then. Okay. Dot filter. That's going to take some time. I'm going to resize this, and I'm also going to resize this. Okay. Oh, what happened to you? हाँ नहीं, अच्छा filter, very good. Now filter pass is a function. क्या लिखेंगे? Simply कुछ करना नहीं है इतना. A arrow A है, सही हो गया. Right. I did not even write. I need not even have what am I saying? A equals A. How did it remove the spaces? How did it remove the spaces? It split it by spaces first. So इसने ये space हटा दी होगी, एक space हटा दी होगी, ये space को नहीं रखा होगा. How? Yeah, it's beyond me. I want to know. I want to know. I have passed the test, but I want to know. I simply wrote a filter which calls this function A. It takes A, so the first value winter, right? I इसको comment out कर देते हैं पहले, so you guys understand this. निकलो, right? इसको भी comment करना पड़ेगा ना. So right now it's spaces. When we filter it, we pass in a function, so it will iterate through each number, each value, right? Now it says A and then A, literally nothing, so it returns A itself. So when it came across this iteration, the value is A, it returned A itself. Because it's an empty space, it did not return anything. Oh, very cool. But in fact, winter does hold some space. A few characters holds some characters, so that's how it interestingly worked. Very cool. 79% complete, guys. Very cool, very nice. We are on a roll. 3 hours 20 minutes. Very good. Very cool, actually. Okay. Use the every method to check that every element in an array meets a criteria. अभी कुछ नया आया. Use the every method. Now we're going to use a method. I have not read every method. I have not read about every method before. Let's see what this does. So the every method works with arrays. Okay. To check if every element passes a particular test. Okay. It returns a boolean value true if all values meet the criteria, false if not. For example, the following code would check if every element in the numbers array is less than 10. Like this. Every. It also takes a callback function. Right. Oh, I see. We can do lots of things with it, but mostly boolean. probably not mostly, only boolean. Every method would return false here. Why? Because all numbers are not less than 10. 10 and 11 are not less than 10. Sad. So it would return false. Not all numbers in this array are less than 10. Sorry, sad. Bye. Use every method inside check positive function to check if every element in array is positive. Simply, I am going to use the ES6 way of writing functions, so it doesn't look this ugly. I mean, I wouldn't call this ugly. This also is good. I mean, code cannot be ugly. It's subjective. I can't say it whether something is ugly or beautiful. Yeah, but back to this. I keep yapping. Okay, right. The function should return a boolean value. पहले तो समझ गया मतलब ये करना क्या है. Yes, console.log_u. So it will print whatever we want it to. Very good. Now, okay. अच्छा. Nope. अच्छा ऐसे लिखा है. हाँ ठीक है चलो. Let a equals arr dot क्या है function का नाम every and then it takes another function inside it. I'm going to use a very clear number. Check whether something is positive or not, right? So num. So each number of this array has now become num. Right. So now positive, right? So it should be greater than 0, greater than or equal to 0, or let's greater than 0, right? Done. What num? क्यों रे? हाँ नहीं, return a लिखना पड़ेगा. Return a. Done. It says false because we have -4. When the moment I do it, it's true. The moment I do it. Yep, this works. This is cool. Bye. Not bye, actually. I'm still going to be here. Yeah. Semicolon भी डाल देते. That's good practice. Not all compilers will be as generous as the freeCodeCamp's compiler. But VS Code is a pretty good compiler. If we write this, we have passed the test indeed. Nice. Even Honey Badger cares. But yeah, pretty simple. 2 lines of code. I mean, I can also do this X and ask it to return this. It will return whatever this returns. Every. Cool. Yep. Nice. Use the sum method now. Something in the way. Something in the way. Yeah. Back to you. Okay, the sum method works with arrays to check if any element passes a particular test. Any element. It returns a boolean value if any of the values meet the criteria. False if not any of them. For example, the following code would check if any element of the number is less than 10. The same thing, but instead of every, we write sum. Yeah, okay, I get it. क्या हुआ? क्या आवाज़ आ रहा है? Nothing. Never mind. Okay. Back to you. What does this say? Constant numbers. Yeah, we have an array called numbers. It goes through numbers and sum function current value, return current value less than 10. Yeah, this basically returns true or false. Yeah, because we have operators. Okay, the sum method will return true because there are numbers less than 10. There is one number less than 10. If there is even one number less than 10, then it will return true. Very good. Use the sum method inside the check positive function to check if any element in array is positive. Positive लेने वाला है. Greater than 0. If any number is greater than 0, should return a boolean value. Yep. Same thing inside. Now we'll write sum. हाँ चलो जल्दी ख़त्म करते हैं. Return क्या arr dot sum inside this. Now we put a function. This function should be pretty small. You know what, I'm going to just stop it with a. So a arrow a should be greater than 0. Done. काम हो गया खत्म. Now this will return positive, sorry, true. Console dot log, it will return true. Yep. Because at least there is at least one value that is a positive value. 38% complete. Wow. I think we're going to give ourselves a huge headache after this. I'm going to give myself a huge headache. I'm sure about that. I'm sure of it. I'm already distracting myself, making myself. So now, in functional programming, we're going to get introduced to currying and partial application. The arity. First of all, let's see what is arity. Fixed number of arguments or operands that a function or operation requires. In logic, mathematics, and computer science, arity is the number of arguments or operands taken by a function. So the number of arguments taken by a function is the number of arguments it requires. They're literally defining it. The arity of a function is the number of arguments it requires. तो भाई requirement क्या है एक function की. Currying a function means to convert a function of n arity, n number of arguments, into n functions of arity 1. Let's read that again. Currying a function means to convert a function of n arity, मतलब n number of arguments are required, into n functions, n number of functions, n number of functions of arity 1. So n number of functions with one requirement, one argument required. In other words, it restructures a function, so it takes one argument, then returns another function that takes the next argument, and so on. Okay, let's see. So we have this function called uncurried. It takes two arguments, x and y. Whatever the arguments are, it will return x plus y. So if we give two numbers, then it will return a sum of those numbers. Very good. Now we have function curried x. So function called curried, it will return another function called y, and it will return x plus y. Right. So will it sum itself? I have no clue. Right. Now we have a another way to write this is probably this way. You can see curried equals, so this function is an anonymous function, but it has a name curried, which would take x as an argument, and then that function would take y as an argument, and it would return x plus y. This is so cool. Instead of writing this, we write this. Very cool actually. And then we ask it to print curried for x1 and for y2. Nice, very nice. So it would fulfill the x's value, and it would also fulfill y's value with two parentheses operator. Very nice. अभी हम लोग 3 के साथ खेलने वाले हैं. हाँ ठीक है. This is useful in your program if you can't supply all the arguments to a function at one time. You can save each function call into a variable which will hold the returned function references that takes the next argument when it's available. Here is an example using the curried function in the example above. Pada. Shouldn't this say below? Okay. So we have a function for y curried 1, which is x. It's waiting for y to be defined probably, but this stores curried 1. Now we write console.log function for y2. Interesting. Similarly, partial application can be described as applying a few arguments to a function at a time. slow down. Similarly, partial application can be described as applying a few arguments to a function at a time, and returning another function that is applied to more arguments. I have to read that again, sorry. Here is an example. Maybe example will help me understand. Return x plus y plus z, so impartial. This is impartial, and this is a partial function. So it says impartial dot bind. So that's another thing called bind, which we haven't heard of ever. It says this as in this thing, or this array, whatever, and 1 and 2. This मतलब जो भी हम लोग डाले वो or you would simply add 3 to it. See, simply add 3 to this. So when we say this, it's actually 10. So this x value is 10. Whatever we write, whatever the user enters, it's user defined. Impartial dot bind. Yeah. Fill in the body of the add function. So it uses currying to add parameters x, y, and z. So this is impartial and partial application. We are only going to use curried for this challenge. Pretty cool. Actually, that's pretty easy to write. We're going to write 3 levels of this. We write return const. अच्छा ऐसा हाँ ठीक है. And you can see only x is allowed. अच्छा तो फिर हम लोग ये नहीं लिख पाएंगे ना. हाँ ये नहीं लिख पाएंगे, हमें ये लिखना पड़ेगा. Should also automatically understand that these are y values, right? Okay, I'm in a dilemma here. I thought I would know. I'm wrong. Unless, oh yeah, I'm not wrong. Okay, got it. Constant crd equals. Now we call the first function x. Why is that uppercase? Sorry, x. Then we put the arrow. Then we put y. Then we put arrow. Then we put z. Then we put the arrow. Sorry, arrow. And then we write return x plus y plus z. That's it. ये हो गया काम. Very good. And dot is not a function. Of course, my friend. It is not yet a function. Now we use this to our advantage. I write const. Yeah, let's keep this simple. A, B, A. We write function for y. So b equals what? A एक सेकेंड सोचो curried 1, so we're storing curried 1, and when we write 10 here, what is this? It's so weird. It feels weird. क्या दिखाना चाहिए? 10, 20, 30 should return 60. Are you supposed to add it? Yeah, we are supposed to add it. पहले तो इसको console करते हैं. Right, very good. Now back to you. I don't think we're supposed to do any of this really. This is 1 and 2. Done. Yeah, exactly. I overthought. I mean, I could also, instead of, oh yeah, I have to do it. I think instead of this, I am thinking, what if we ask it to return this itself? Return new. That wouldn't work, right? No? Okay, no problem. Right, but yeah, that works. So we're not supposed to make this so, yeah, but we used currying function. So all of this was stored inside this. This is so cool. This, wow, anonymous functions all the way, man. But yeah, 92% complete. Sum all numbers in a range. Sum all. मतलब ये 50 नंबर होंगे तो सबको सम करना है. क्या यूज़ करेंगे? Will pass you an array of two numbers, return the sum of those two numbers plus the sum of all the numbers between them. हैं? हैं? Oh, I see. I get it. For example, okay, so return the sum of those two numbers plus the sum of all the numbers between them. The lowest number will not always come first, but they will give us two numbers. Okay, first we will sort it. Yeah. The lowest number will not always come first. Yep. Cool with me, not a problem. जो भी करें पहले सॉर्ट करेंगे. लेट a equals, बाद में जो भी काम है, ar sort, we write function. इसका भी कुछ ज़रूरत नहीं है, इसकी कोई ज़रूरत नहीं है एक्चुअली. हाँ ठीक है, एक ही लाइन में कर देता हूँ, नॉट अ प्रॉब्लम, आई कैन डू दैट. a comma space b, then we put the arrow, arrow, and then we write a minus b. हो गया काम, sorted. So now first of all, the first thing we did was sort it, so I don't want to experience any problems. Console.log, very good. Now it's what I return one, क्यों कर रहा है, whatever, a, right. So now it's sorted. Good. So now that it has been sorted, what else are we going to do? Sum करना है ना. So now we're going to mutate the array. We're going to print all the values between a 1 to 4, और a and b के बीच में जितनी भी values है वो सारी print करनी है, sum करनी है. Interesting. Sum of all numbers between 1 and 4 both increasing is 10. Is there a better formula for this instead of summing them? 4 and 1, what's common between them? Are we allowed to use a for loop? I mean, I would gladly use a for loop, but maybe there is a better way. Can we use filter? No, filter won't help. We're not filtering data. Are we mapping data? I have to understand. I'm not sure what mapping still works, how and why mapping is. देखते हैं इसी में कोई lessons देखते हैं. I mean, if we use a for loop, will be pretty cool about it. Will for loop में भी करेंगे क्या? वो तो छोड़ो. Intermediate. Oh, wait a minute. Are we finished with functional algorithm? Oh my god, guys. Oh, I'm so sorry. I did not notice that at all. Yeah. Shit. Yeah, leave it. Okay, no problem. So we are finished with functional programming. Well, we still have implementation left, map and the filter method. We still haven't understood what implementation, how the implementation works, and I do not want to get into that right now. We'll probably work on uh, these intermediate algorithms, this intermediate algorithm scripting. So before I get into that, I'm going to take a short break, maybe take a shower. It's getting hot. It's very hot today, and I'll be back in a couple of minutes. The live won't stop, but I'll be back in some time. Thank you. Hey guys, welcome back. Let us begin. Well, let's go back to what we were doing. So I see we were going with intermediate algorithm scripting, but instead of that, let us first finish functional programming. We were supposed to implement map and filter method. Yeah, let's close you. I'll keep this tab open so we can once we are done with this, we can start immediately with intermediate algorithm scripting. Of course, the intermediate, I think it's intermediate, yeah, with intermediate algorithm. What is it? Algorithm. Okay, yeah. So it's algorithm. Yeah. So we'll go through some challenges after we figure this thing out, because I don't want to be stuck with this. Like, I do want to understand what this is. I mean, I've already copied and pasted the hint, unfortunately, but I want to understand what this does actually. So it takes this as this. What does this do really? Let's try to understand this one by one. So we have array.prototype.map. So we are trying to set up another method called myMap, which would work similarly to map. And just to tell you this, guys, just to give you the information, if I run the tests, it will be finished. So what we've written is already correct, but what we're trying to understand is how this thing works and why this thing works. So let's try to understand this. So it says myMap. So we're going to set a method for myMap. So this is a function called myMap. I mean, if we write this in a different manner, I can also write it this way really. If I remove view, it will still be the same thing. We have to then mention a lot of semicolons really. It says a missing semicolons after callback, because we haven't mentioned this as a function. I mean, we can write it this way too, but then array.prototype.map will look weird. That's why they've written it this way. Not weird, it will be invalid. Okay, so myMap takes in a callback function. Callback function is this. So it will take any callback function, right? Yeah, any callback function. And that callback function should take 3 arguments. We are only passing 1 argument, but it should accept and take 3 arguments. One is the index, one is the array itself, which would return the array itself, and the third thing is this thing's first value. And then it would use the for loop to iterate through the first, second, third, and fourth and fifth value. Yeah, okay. And it will push that to the new array, because we're really because we're returning a new array itself. Yeah. It says for let I equals 0, I less than this dot length I plus plus. This is pretty standard, pretty cool, pretty clear actually. Yeah. What I fail to understand is why this works. So callback must be this myMap. No, the callback will be this. Sorry, this empty function called item, and then it would iterate this. Okay. I have no clue still, but this works. I'm going to press enter and go, and we can close U. Now if I refresh this, it will still be here. So this is the same thing we used for map, but now we've added a if true condition, because we are going to check whether something is true or not. And it says cannot read properties of undefined reading index of this. So it cannot understand when we run a function with more than one argument. So let's take care of that. take care of that. I should write I and this, and it still says cannot read, so index of उसको भी समझ नहीं आ रहा है. Index of element, it will return a plus or minus value, right? I think we can revisit this. I have no clue about this yet, so I'm going to read this. We have a function called boolean. Oh come on! If boolean callback this equals true, strictly equals true, then you push this to this. Oh my god, that's it. Let's try to break this down as well. I'll resize this. I'm literally copying and pasting this code, of course. What does this do? Let's try to understand. We have a for loop, and inside this we have an if statement. Very good. I was close, but I was not close to writing this at all from here till here. So what does this say? It returns a boolean for this. What does this say? A callback, and it takes these three arguments, and then it passes a boolean for this. So if this is strictly true, then you push this value. What did I write that was incorrect? So apparently we have to mention the callback somewhere. I was almost close. We have to mention the callback here, I space and this. So it will in fact take three arguments now. I think this should this won't work. Should equal 23 to 6.5, right? What does this return right now, as of now? Oh, we can't see. Okay, I'll put this in a console.log to see. Console.log. This is 1 to 5, but it should return what? 23, 65, 5 and 13. Sorry, 1, 1 to 5 के लिए क्या है? 2, 5 to 1 to 5. It does return 1 to 5. So what's the problem? The problem is with this arrangement. If you do this, it returns an empty array. Instead, it should return 23, 65, 15. So now, so put this in the next line to better understand this. So I think this is where we should write boolean. Now it returns 23, 65, 5 and 13. That worked. Oh, hello Sarthak, hi, how are you? Thank you for that. What is that emoji? Let's see. Oh, thank you, Shark emoji. Thank you so much for your support. We have 5 likes and we have 1 viewer. Thank you, Sarthak. Done. Yeah, we are finished with functional programming now. It is extremely hot. Suddenly I'm sweating all over. But yeah, it's all for you guys. आपके लिए सब करते हैं. पंखे के बिना भी बैठते हैं. बढ़िया. Now we have intermediate algorithm scripting. We can start with challenges, and I see we have 21 challenges. Probably I can understand from this that after each challenge, every subsequent challenge will be more difficult than the last, and then afterwards we can start with projects: palindrome checker, Roman numeral converter, Caesar's cipher, telephone number validator, and cash register at the end. These projects will probably use HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. See, these are much similar. Yeah, maybe not, but I think cash register will be a website or an HTML page which will run with CSS and JavaScript. But before we get there, let us finish the intermediate algorithm scripting. I'm thinking we'll probably start this next week, these projects. If we don't get enough time, if we finish these projects before time, then I will use that time to show you guys the Joseph Conrad book. Thank you. Okay. Very nice. Very good. Okay. So first is sum all numbers in a range. Right. So we were in a dilemma here. Right. We'll pass you an array of two numbers. Fill in the sum of those two numbers. Yeah, I remember this. So basically, if we pass a number, we have to sum all the numbers in between. Sum these two numbers and numbers in between. So if we have 1 to 4, it should return 10. Why? If you think about it, 1 plus 2 plus 3 plus 4 returns 10. Don't believe me? Think. 1 plus 2 is 3, 3 plus 3 is 6, and 6 plus 4 is 10. And I have no clue. And it says should return 10 because sum of all numbers between 1 and 4 both inclusive is 10. So हम लोग 4 1 लिखे या 1 4 लिखे, it shouldn't matter. So then we first write the sorting algorithm like I did the first time when we ran this. So let a equals arr dot sort, and inside this we write a function. So num, oh yeah, this is a and b, this should be a and b, right? A comma space b. Let's put some spacing for us to remember and understand. I simply write a minus b, काम हो गया. Semicolons, we need semicolons. Oh, sorry, again. Okay, we will also ask it to return a, both of these values, but when we write return, it actually stops, breaks the loop anyway. Not a loop, but breaks the function. Console dot log. Okay, 1 and 4, very good. So right now it's sorted. If we were to write 4 comma 1, it would still work. So 4 comma space 1, it would still return 1 and 4, very good. So the sorting algorithm works. We know that we're only going to get two values, the beginning and the end, right? I think we're going to use a for loop to add bring all the numbers and then add them. To add them, we had a map function in yeah, we can close this in the functional programming part. Learn about, understand, avoid mutations, parse, refactor, use the map method to extract data. Map method, implement map, no filter, array, combine two arrays, not even use, sorry. Reduce method, yes, we use reduce to add data. Sum and use this. Sum plus user plus h. We're going to use this to add all the values in an array. But first we have to create a new array that we've already created an array. So now we're going to play with that array itself. So I'll write a for loop I equals 0, let I equals 0 semicolon I less than length of array. No, a dot length and then I plus plus. So what this does is, shouldn't be a dot length, it will only iterate twice. Oh yeah. For how long do you want to run? Should be the question. How do we increment numbers? Concatenate कर सकते हैं, push कर सकते हैं, or we can use splice. Splice में हम ये for loop लगा सकते हैं. Till how long? Let's see. So what do we want to do? नहीं यार, ये तो बहुत दिमाग तड़ाएगा. This cannot be a length. see the dilemma here. How do we add numbers? Let's say we have an array 1. So we want to append a1 plus 1, then append a plus 2. I want to end the moment we reach 4. How do we store that? Then we write array.length. No, not array.length. 1. से 4 बार रन करेगा. अगर 5 लिखेंगे तो 5 बार रन करेगा. Right. Now I think we have a good idea, good measure. Okay. Now what do we do? Push, not push, a dot push. Push what? Push so is ith value plus 1. So 2, 5, 3, 6. What does this do? इसको हटा देते हैं. Think it says 1, 4 and sort this. So we see what this. Oh yeah. I want to sort this again and again. We might have to. Wait a minute. ये क्या था? It says 1, 4, 2, 5, 3, 6, 3. Interesting. Now it says 1, 2, 3, 4. Interesting. What did I do that made it this way? Interesting. Wow. I did not know that would behave the way I expected it to. Just comment you what happens here. Let's see. अरे आए तो ये basically 4 बार रन करेगा, right? So we already have 1 and 4. It would also print 2, 5, 3 and 6 here. So it will push. So with the first iteration a I value, so 0th value which is 1. Oh, that is so cool. I get it. So when the 0th value is this, so a0 which is 1, yeah, a0 which is 1 if you think about it, plus 1, so it will put 2, but now 2 is here with each iteration. Yes, so we have 1, 4 and 2. Now the loop runs again and it does this. So now the value of I is 1 and we write a1, so the value of value is 4. So because the value of it's taking value 4 plus 1, it will give us 5. It will append 5. But the moment I put the sorting algorithm here, it will sort everything. Do we need this then? Let's see. Honey is not defined. Fine. Array.push, array.sort. Right. Where is A? What? Where is A? Yeah, A is not defined. Right. AR. अच्छा, किसी की ज़रूरत नहीं है. Interesting. So we can sort it with each iteration of the loop. Now I can run that algorithm this way. हाँ यहाँ पे लिख दूंगा ना, हाँ ठीक है. Let this be a. Let a equals array push. Yeah. A dot sort is not a function. I understand. Right. But we are mutating the array. That's not the best practice. If we ask it, oh wait. Yeah, because if we ask it to return array, now it says 1, 2, 3, 4, not 4. We want to return a new array, right? I mean, it doesn't matter. That's not the test. We will have figured it out, but you know what? I'm not too keen on that. Cool. So now whatever we're doing it to A. Nice. Spacing has to be right, just right. So first it sorts whether it's 4 or 1. Do we really need that? I don't think we really need that. It would have, oh yeah. Instead of u, I write array. Bus. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Sheesh. No, we do not want that. Fine. I do want to think of a better way. Fine, I'll leave this for now. And I want to know how we can make this better, but leave it. Okay, so this function first sorts whatever comes through, 1 or 4, and then it checks this. Yeah, then it runs the for loop. The for loop adds 1, 2, 3, 4, so 2 and 3 to this. Very cool. And then what? And then we add the numbers. So we have another variable, let b equals, I have to use this reduce method now. So let b equals a dot reduce. Keep our eyes on b. Reduce what? Some user plus age. Reduce them to a single number. I'm going to reuse you and put you to use. ये तो यूज़र नोटिस नहीं आएगा. Some क्या बोल रहे हैं? Unexpected token क्यों? So summing anything. Sum equals sum, so nothing really. Exactly. We want that. Sum equals so that's 1, 2, 3, 4. What is it doing? how did we sum this? Took sum users of this and then users, so sum plus user dot age. How did I solve this? I can't even read that. And the help won't be any helpful. Wait a minute, A and B can be helpful. Good, done. If you take the first two values and the third values, so 1 plus 2, 2 plus 3, 3 plus 4, 4 plus 5, done. 9, 5 to 10 में गलती कर दी, क्या बोल रहा है ये, चलो देखते हैं. When you have 5 to 10, it returns 66. Because 5 plus 6, then 6 plus 7 plus 7 plus 8 plus 8 plus 9 plus 10 plus 11. So not exactly this then. Append this to an array. B is an array. Sum all numbers in a range. JavaScript. Do we have it? Yep. Function sum or array. If array 0 is greater than 0, then sort it. And constant new array for let I or let push I. If then sorted, we sort it regardless. Let sum equals 0 for let I equals array 0, then I this loop over range, then sum equals sum plus I. Yeah, this would work, but with reduce AC plus CR. Oh, I did the same thing literally. New array dot reduce AC, so A and B, A plus B. You know what? Yeah, instead of this, then let's ask it to return this itself. So 66. 1 to 4, 1 to 3, 4. Oh, very cool. Okay, so what are we doing wrong here? This is a for loop. We should push I to this loop. Array 1. Literally, that's the same thing I did. I sorted it. Why didn't they sort it is the question. Because they don't need to sort it. I get it. अभी 1 and 4 की तकलीफ हो गई, 4 and 1 and 4 की तकलीफ हो गई. हाँ जाते जाते क्या करने जाते हैं, जाते हैं, उसको भी जाते हैं. So first the sorting function for 4 or 1 or 1 or 4, then you open a new array, then you run a for loop for this thing's length, array length. So this should push 1 2 3 4 4 times. One, two, three, 4 and 6, not 5. Oh, why is 6 in there? Wait. 1 and 2 and 3 and 4. That's literally it. What are we doing wrong? I equals 0, so first we push 1, then 2, then 3 and then 4. Right. Then we return a reduce, where we take the first value, the second value, 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and 5 and 6. Let's read this again. We have a constant new array, first sorting algorithm done, then a new array, then for let I equals array 0. Okay. Right, now it still says 6. I plus equals 1 is the same as I plus plus. I see. It would work now. When it stops. It doesn't work with 6 because of that. Pretty cool. Pretty cool. 5% complete. Nice. Now diff to array. Differentiate or differ. Compare two arrays and return a new array with any items only found in one of the two given arrays, but not both. In other words, return the symmetric difference of the two arrays. Basically 1 2 3 5, 1 2 3 4 5. सिर्फ 4 को return करना है. You can return the array with its element in any order. देखते हैं ना, देखो. Diorite and this side grass, dirt, pink wool, dead shrub. Diorite and this side grass, dirt, dead shrub should return pink wool. So इन दोनों arrays को compare करेंगे और उसमें से सिर्फ जो डिफरेंस है, जो नहीं है, वो हम लाएंगे. राइट. सिर्फ वो ही पुश होगा न्यू अरे में. राइट. ओनली दैट थिंग विल बी पुश्ड. You have to find the index of that array and in which array it is. It could be in either of the arrays. We're going to use for an index of. Instead of for, can we use find? No, not find. What were the other methods? I'm going to use functional programming more because I like it, I understand it more than that. We have map and filter. What does map do again? Oh, map returns this. Okay. I mean, we can do anything with map. Wait a minute, I want to filter data, don't I? extract data from an array. So filter what? So the filter will replace the for function, but what do we write in the function itself? Check both arrays and filter out the weird one. I have no clue, but that's good. You know what, let's stick to something. You know what, let's write the for loop then. It will iterate through each item. It will check index of the first value of array 1 with this. The length of this will be checked. Wait a minute. No. Oh. But which one will we know? I think the longer one will always have a different thing. One thing that's different. Arre baap re. What if we have 6 items? Yeah, still longer one. 1, 2, 3, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Should return 4. Piglet and 4. Oh my god. So we have a for loop, and if that thing's index of returns negative, then we push it to the array. We have some plan now. Let's try to code this. So this must be the last. This will be the last project for today. Hopefully, if we can figure it out. If we can't, then we leave it for tomorrow. Right. Now we have a for loop for let I equals 0, I less than what, length of अरे पहले करते हैं इसको. पहले डिटरमिन करेंगे कौन सी किसकी लेंथ सबसे ज़्यादा लंबी, किसकी लेंथ लंबी है वो डिटरमिन करेंगे. फिर उसको एक वेरिएबल में स्टोर करेंगे लेट. उसके हिसाब से 1 होगा या 0 होगा. विल वी गेट 3 arrays? It looks like we'll only get 2 arrays. बाप रे. But yeah, we'll only get 2 arrays. Very good. ये क्या करेगा? array 1 dot length minus array 2 length return is greater than 0. So array 1 की लेंथ 4 है, array 2 की लेंथ 5 है. 4 minus 5 is minus 5. Is minus 1 greater than 0? No. less than 0 कर देता ना. Then you do what? Then let d equals अभी हमारा खेल शुरू होगा. I equals b dot length I plus plus. equal to sorry good. क्या मजा इफ के अंदर है ना. Can an if statement inside be inside if for can a for loop be inside in if statement? Let's find out. No, yep, it can be. Very good. Right, now for b.length, even I could also have used a here. ठीक है, ये लिखते हैं a.length. How many times will this loop run? 5 times. It will check each and every value with this and whether it has an index. Very good. If I index of AI, for the first value it will be 0 minus 1. If it's negative less than 0, 1 इसमें है, let's say 4 की इंडेक्स वो -1 बताएगा, राइट? हाँ, तो डबल इक्वल्स यूज़ करते हैं. -1 then push new arr dot push क्या मज़ा, हाँ नहीं, इंडेक्स ऑफ a dot index of AI, then push क्या पुश करेंगे AI रिटर्न न्यू है. देखते हैं इससे कुछ क्या हुआ क्या नहीं हुआ. array dot length 1 minus array dot 2 length, so 4 minus 5, it's -1. Is -1 less than 0? Yes it is. So you let a store array 2 and then run a for loop which lets I equal 0, and then we ask it to run array 2's length and number of times, so it will check it 5 times. In one of those times until it reaches 5, so actually 0 to 4, it will have checked. One, two, three, 5, 4 नहीं है. Let's make this greater than or equal to 0. If the number is greater than, if any of their indexes have a number greater than 0, what does this print? Let's see. ये क्या? अच्छा हाँ बराबर है सॉरी. It says true for all of them. How is 4? Wait, what are we comparing it with? हाँ नहीं अबे यार क्या दिमाग दौड़ा रहा है. It should be array 2. Wait, let me think. ARR1 एक बार false आया. Very good. इसने push क्यों नहीं किया? The moment it returns false, you push that right. It's not oh sorry, ये बराबर है. इसको एक हटा. Now it says 1 2 3 5. That works with 1 2 3 4 and 5 right. अब एक एक करके हर एक को चेक करना पड़ेगा. That's what we have the tests for. What does this return? ठीक है diff array. अच्छा इसको भी जाना पड़ेगा. किस किस को उसने काम कर दिया. ओके इट्स वेरीड. अबे place the cursor here my friend. Very good. So innocent glass little pink will next shot. So it should have हाँ नहीं मैंने उसके लिए कुछ किया नहीं. या हाँ that thing. I will try to fly into the the thing. हाँ दिन में ही करना पड़ेगा. चलो ये सब तो इसको नहीं चल पाएगा. Okay, back to this. I understand why it's empty because we can't do it this way then. Like we have to think of something else. This for thing works. It will push it. If it's true, it will push it. Done. So we have made that airtight. Now we have to work on this if statement. Maybe we can, if we sort it. Instead of this we can write right. If array.length is this, then you क्या है, is array length longer? Yes. Which if it's shorter then you do this, if it's not shorter you do that. What if you wanted to do that regardless? Then we remove this. Let this thing's value only be the longer one. हाँ ऐसा कर सकते हैं, तो ये सब if से हट जाएगा. If a is longer then a becomes, array 1 is longer than a2, then a becomes a1. If a2 is longer then a becomes arr2. हाँ चलो समझ गया, इसको पहले काटो. उसी पे सब काम करेगा. Of course A is not defined yet. B है, हाँ B है, हाँ ये भी, हाँ ठीक है चलो. जाते जाते बिल्कुल वही. वेट, ये क्या बोल रहे हैं? इफ array 1's length is less than array 2 then you push. Okay, हाँ बराबर है. This should be actually this should be array 1. चाहते ना चाहते don't worry भाई. This will be right. बाप रे, full complicated code. No? हाँ अभी क्या है, ए कहाँ पर है? हाँ ये भी बन जाएगा. फुल पोपट. ये बोल क्या रहा है? लेट्स सी. इज array 1 less than array 2? Is array 1 less than array 2? No. Then push array 1 to be right. जैसे ही पुश करेंगे, क्या बोल रहा है बी बाय द वे? अच्छा, इसको सेमीकोलन प्लीज. क्या लिखेंगे? डॉट 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 लिख नहीं सकते हैं. काइंड ऑफ या राइट डॉट डॉट डॉट. ना ऐसा नहीं होगा. और if I make it a string, exactly empty array करेंगे तो ये तकलीफ होगी. अभी उसके अंदर डबल करना पड़ेगा. What can we do instead? concat करें तो पुश की जगह because B is empty as of now, isn't it? Yeah. इसको क्या उल्टा लिखना आता है? यार टू pushing an entire array around you. That's why. थोड़ा स्पेस दे देते तो क्लियर रहेगा हम लोग कर क्या रहे हैं. How do you make this an array without making this an array? What if I put this ellipses here? दुख आ गया उसको. I think I tried that before, didn't I? फिर भी same चीज़. What if? By the way, array 1 is the longer one, right? What if I write concat? इसको पूरे इसको इसके अंदर डाल दूँ तो क्या होगा? That's not allowed. If cannot be. What if I ask it nicely? But no, ask it nicely. If statement cannot be stored in a variable apparently. बाद में भी एक इतना सॉल्व करने के बाद आई थिंक हो जाएगा काम. एक चीज़ को सॉल्व करना है. द फॉर इज गुड, इफ इज गुड. नाउ वी हैव टू लेट बी somehow let b become the longest array. How do we make b the longest array and put one level inside, put it one level inside. दो लूप चला के मिलना पड़ेगा. That's one level. Is there a better way of comparison? पुश करेंगे तो पूरा अरे पुश कर देगा ना. That's not a problem. The problem is after it goes inside this array. Wait a minute. पुश कहाँ करना है, इक्वल्स टू बना दो, राइट। Come on, dude. Showing an entire array, that's why it's not working. Time is up, by the way. अच्छा 11 बजने ही आए। We make you an array full array। यहाँ पे अभी इसमें जरूरत नहीं है सेमीकोलन की। I'm using assignment operator to assign the value of array to you, which is the right in this side. I can't assign it, or can I not? Okay, what if I comment to you? Honey, बोलना भाई b की वैल्यू क्या है अभी? ओह अच्छा, b की वैल्यू उसको मिल गई है, वेरी गुड। सो यहाँ पे कुछ अटका है ना, मतलब ओके, सो इट्स स्टक विथ फॉर लूप। सो पहले b किया, right? Now what do we do here? We already have b here, very good. Now array1 index of, wait a minute, क्या मजाक कर रहे थे, फिर मैं कॉन्कैट कर देता हूँ, हो जाता है। डॉट कॉन्कैट नहीं, पुश कर दे तो फिर वो तकलीफ हो जाती है ना, दोनों के अंदर घुस जाता है। Oh, what if we do this instead of that? So now B is this, very good. पहले क्या था? It's still the same thing. Interesting. What was the problem then? Right. By the way, which one is the longest? Right and decide grass, dirt, pink, bullet, shrub. Yeah, which we are looking at the longest one, right? Now we write new ARR, empty, good. So didn't push anything. So what is it not able to check? So let's run through the for loop now. Let I equals this and then b dot length. बता भाई b dot length क्या है? length 6, very good. So it does have some number, new array. So it is supposed to run 6 times. अभी क्या है इसके अंदर, देखते हैं if तो भाई array1 के अंदर इंडेक्स ऑफ b1 है कि नहीं। so b 0, तो भाई b में 0 डायरेक्ट, इसकी वैल्यू क्या है? इज इट इक्वल टू -1? क्या है वैल्यू? चलो पढ़ते हैं। I is not defined. Fine, let's go with 0. इसकी वैल्यू 0 है। That means it's not true. अभी करेंगे तो अरे यार हाँ हटा राइट इफ अरे 1 में इंडेक्स ऑफ b1 है let's check index of value right index of in JavaScript and bison camel dot bison right so we write beasts dot index of bison exactly so this is also correct so 0 is in there no उसको पुश नहीं करना है भूल जाओ फिर check the second one is andesite in there no भूल जाओ is grass in there no हाँ नहीं इसको कंसोल बनाते हैं वापस चलो लेट्स सी false 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 interesting क्यों भाई पिंक वुल डेड श्रब नहीं है true diorite is in there अरे 1 की इंडेक्स में डायोराइट है एंडेसाइट फॉल्स बता रहा है क्यों भाई एंडेसाइट की वैल्यू oh it's not equal to 0 right that's why is it greater than 0 or greater than or equal to 0 yes पिंकूल और इवन में कहाँ से आया चलो प्रिंट करते हैं अच्छा वो सेकंड में है ना oh my god oh I see the problem this should be array 2 oh my god sheesh कहाँ है ए को मैंने डिलीट कर दिया ठीक है चलो this shouldn't be array 1 then yeah I know what's happening this should be array 2 now there will be one false the moment it is false this should happen तो true में ये push क्यों नहीं कर रहा है interesting is it waiting for us to remove the console.log thing हाँ नहीं इसको हटा दो सबके पास डायरेक्ट एंडेसाइट आ गया so array 2 index of b1 which is array 1 तो भाई array 2 में क्या is this greater than or equal to 0 जो false value है तो उसको push करेगा right why are you not you're pushing all the not false values cool very good अब ये काम करता है हर एक में नहीं करता कुछ में करता है कुछ में नहीं करता है I understand yeah I understand why A equals this God so much code A equals array 1 and here A equals array 2 अभी भी तकलीफ है but this works now what does this return it should return 2 items, diorite and pink wool. Andesite, grass, dirt, pink wool, dead shrub. Diorite, andesite, grass, dirt, dead shrub. Andesite, है तो सही. ओके, जाते जाते करके जाते. It only returns pink wool. क्यों है? Because I think they're the same length. Probably that's why. 1 2. उसमें कुछ बोला नहीं गया था ना. 1 2 3 4 5. 1 2 3 4 5. अगर दोनों की लेंथ सेम हो तो क्या करने का? लेकिन हमें लूप दोनों पे चलाना पड़ेगा. Does A have these? Does B have any of these? तो इसको पूरा भूल जाओ. पहले अरे 1 चेक करेंगे या फिर अरे 2 चेक करेंगे. हाँ, 2 for loops then. ये पूरा if बैच जाएगा. Instead of जाएगा, I'll comment it out. Right. B was what? Array 2. This is what? Array 1. हाँ, ये सब चेंज होगा ना. What is B? Again array 2. Sorry. Now we do the same thing for the second array. भाई यार, हाँ ठीक है. Instead of this we write array 1, array 2, array 1, array 1. Now diorite and pink wool दोनों के लिए इसने कर दिया. बस अभी मैंने if statement की ज़रूरत ही हटा दी. Yeah, passed, of course. Remove view please. Let's save this code. Basically we have 2 for loops, one for array 1 and one for array 2. जो भी होगा वो उसमें push कर देगा. Oh, we have one viewer. Hello. Right. That's cool. That's done. Now how do we optimize this? This is done. We have passed the test. How do we optimize you? What can I do so that it runs 2 loops inside it? I mean, yeah, one way is to use for loops. Then the values would change. But then we have 3 ifs. If this is greater, if this is if either of 2 is greater, then that becomes the greater thing. But then no, what can we write instead? I want to see their hints. मैंने figure out तो कर लिया, but I want to see what their hint is. ये सब बंद करो, बंद सब करो. Make a list to make it easy to compare functions. देखते हैं इन्होंने कैसे लिखा है. Only one for loop. They have a function only in first and second, looping through an array to find elements that don't exist in another array. Right. For let I equals first dot length. First is the first array. I can assume that. Right. First dot length. Check. Push it. Only in first array 1, array 2, only in first array 1. Achha. So instead of running for twice, I mean they ran for twice, but instead of copying and pasting code, how do you actually redundant इसको बना दिया. That is clever. Command set, sorry. Yeah, that is clever. this would become the first value, this would become the second value. I'm going to write that. What else? There are 4 more ways. Interesting. That is so short. Wow. What does this do? So return array 1. This is array 1. Concatenates array 2. So we have 2 values. Then it filters out what includes item. Doesn't include item. What is it? They have an int item, which is all of them. Each of them will be iterated, and it will check whether something is an item. What? Whether, let's say, 1 occurs twice. No, not of array 1. So wait, let's remove the not thing. Array dot 1 includes item. तो ये जो मिक्स्ड अरे है उसमें अरे 1 में वो आइटम है कि नहीं है. So first if statement, then the second if statement. अरे 2 के अंदर वो आइटम है कि नहीं है. हाँ. And whatever it returns, it filters out and pushes it to that array. Damn. So short, so cool, so simple. Then we have return and function that literally, oh my god, that's so much better than what I did. Differentiate two arrays. Literally uses difference equals new set array. I have no clue what these things are. But yeah, I think we've spent enough time today, so I'm going to pass this and go on to the next level. 10% complete. Let's close this. Ask me later, please. Bye. Save code and close. I'll see you guys back tomorrow sharp at 10 a.m. and at 10 a.m. we'll finish all the intermediate courses. After we're done with intermediate courses, we will again resume the secret sharer book, and I'll see you then. Thank you. Have a good day. Have a good rest of the weekend. Thank you.